Shout out to you guys for one thing and one thing only. Your patience. Glad that you guys were patient with your boys over the last 20 minutes. I had a little technical complications with not with the earphones, but with the video that I'm presenting today. This is a very important video in regards to Americans speaking to Americans about becoming passport bros. Should they do it? Should they not do it? Is the United States becoming a third world country? And if women leave the United States, are we abandoning our post? We're going to talk about that through the eyes of the YouTuber Angry Man. Shout out to Angry Man. He always brings forth great commentary, great information. Let me make sure I'm sitting in the right position. There we go. Great commentary, great information in regards to not just current events, but also global events. We are going to talk about, first of all, the Trump verdict. How does that impact the passport bro movement? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, can you still run for president or even be president with a criminal record? Because a lot of guys think that criminal records automatically hold you back. And I'm a perfect example. And so will Donald Trump be a perfect example that your criminal history does not have to hold you back. And we're going to also, like I said, once again, we're going to hear from a panel in which Angry Man put together last night. Shout out to Angry Man moderators. Could you do me a favor? Could you go to Angry Man's YouTube channel and his Rumble channel? Put it in the description, because we want guys to be able to subscribe and support him on Rumble as well as YouTube, because he, like I said before, the brother is on his way to 1 million subscribers, and we want to be on the journey along with them. Shout out to all you guys that are here, and once again for being patient with your boy. We got 31 people in the building. Click that like button. We like you, and I like you. Make sure you like us too. Also, it's Friday night drink in hand. I got a special drink for us today, guys. Like I mentioned before, we've had this drink for 25. Well, this drink itself is 25 years old. It was a gift from one of you guys when it was just 21 years old. And so in honor of us celebrating 5 years on YouTube, also in honor of us cracking the 500,000 mark as far as profits from YouTube and other endeavors, also in celebration of the fact that we've got our new place and we were in our other place for 5 years, a lot of fives going on. We are going to celebrate Friday night drinking hands. So make sure, I don't care if you're drinking water or whatever your favorite elixir is. I don't care what you're stirring in the pot or in your glass. Just don't have your boy sitting here drinking alone tonight. I don't care if it's warm milk or if it's Nestle's cocoa. Make sure that you guys not have me here drinking by myself. Shout out to you guys once again. Let me see how I'm looking today. I'm looking pretty good. Wi-Fi is not too bad. All right, great. All right. So let's get ready to get started with the shout outs. But before we get ready to get started with the shout outs, let's make sure we hit a word from our sponsor regarding the shout outs. And that is the Passport Bro app. Let's hear from
Hey, Globetrotters. Are you ready to elevate your travel game and make every trip unforgettable? Get ready to revolutionize your adventures with Passport Bros app, your ticket to turning passion into profit. With Passport Bros, your travel videos and posts aren't just memories, they're money makers. Share your awe-inspiring experiences with the world and watch your bank account grow with every click. But wait, there's more. Connect with a vibrant community of fellow explorers, where camaraderie knows no borders. Exchange insider tips, forge lasting friendships, and create memories that last a lifetime. And that's not all. Gain access to exclusive discounts on accommodations, from cozy boutique hotels to luxurious resorts, ensuring you can travel in style without breaking the bank. So why settle for ordinary when you can experience the extraordinary? Join the Passport Bros app today and unlock a world of adventure, connection, and endless possibilities. Download the app now and let the journey of a lifetime begin.
Download now on the App Store and Google Play.
All right. Once again, shout out to you guys being here. And that's the Passport Bro app. We're going to do the shout outs right now, get started with a few of those. And then we're going to get started with my drink in hand. As you guys can see this orange box here, I'm going to show you what I'll be drinking along with you guys in celebration. Yes, sir. So it's going to be just like my brother Travis says, cheers. Cheers to 5 times the blessings for you and Andrea. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you guys for being here through the whole journey. You guys have been here. Some of you guys have been here from day one when the voices were echoing off the room and our microphones. We didn't have any microphones and we were just recording with a cell phone. And now you guys have seen what we're doing. Shout out to us being able to have I already got the camera restored, as you guys can tell. Shout out first of all to Will to the Thrill outside of my man Travis. He says, happy Friday. Yes, TGIF, Andre, and chat, because chat lives matters. He say drinking Buffalo. Trace. Push the like button, support Black Male Media, and let's go. Yes, sir, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Cologne for the night. We're going to get to that in a second as well. And I have those colognes posted for you guys to be able to purchase at a discount. So I have those colognes, and these colognes are already discounted, but they're even more of a discount when you purchase it, when you click in the description, not only the description of the video, but they're right there. Shout out to my man Tevin in the building once again. Shout out to him being here with the $10. He says support Black Male Media. Shout out to all you guys that support Black Male Media with your super chats, the cash apps, the like button, the Patreon, which is at the top of the screen. Join the Passport Bro app, which is at the top of the chat as well. Thank you for supporting Black Male Media, not just this channel, but other Black Male Media. And once again, moderators, could you do me the favor? Look for Angry Man's channel. He has 3 channels actually: Angry Man Clips, Angry Man, his regular channel, and Angry Man on Rumble. Could you look for that for me and put the links in the description so all of us can support this brother? It's all about all of us supporting Black Male Media. Shout out to my man Will of Thrill once again. He say, I meant to say a drink in hand with a Cuban cigar. I do have a Cuban cigar around here for real while you playing when we went to Cuba. My man Timothy Bright in the building. He already knows. Avengers Assemble.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Give
You're so lovely.
yourselves a round of applause.
And while you're in the clapping mood, I'd like to give a big round of applause to my band, Sexual Chocolate.
Sexual Chocolate. Assemble.
Sexual Chocolate. They play so fine, don't you agree?
Yes, sir. And once again, shout out to my man Travis. And also shout out to, once again, Tevin King with the $20. He said a lawyer did that. He said a lawyer did take on that. And she basically said, because it would never happen before or heard or even heard of, there is no law preventing. Yes, we're going to look at a lawyer talk about today, preventing or disqualifying him, meaning former President Trump, from running for president. There have actually been 2 individuals in U.S. history that actually ran for president while in prison. Yes, and one of them was the Tiger guy, the crazy dude that was in Florida. What ended up being in prison, but he ran for president before he went to prison, and while he was in prison, he continued on his campaign. And right here he says, if it is indeed true, nothing will stop him on November 5th. Now, for all of you Passport Bros that are out there, shout out to you guys. I'm about to come over to you guys. Do realize, other than changing of the currency and changing of the passport or the passport laws in regards to entry and exiting the United States, I'll say that again. Other than the changing of anything that has to do with our passports entering or exiting the United States, or the impact of the U.S. currency, I don't care who the president is. I don't care. The same thing happened during the Reagan administration. The average American got. Same thing happened Bush 1. The average American got. You had the Clinton administration. You got, average American. You got. Even during the booming tech, the .com boom, many of you didn't make money during that time period, did you? You got. Bush 2. You ain't do no better for real. Obama administration. Oh, y'all didn't do that. Y'all did all right, but y'all didn't do that one. Trump, 2016. Oh, status quo. Some of y'all did a little bit better, but it wasn't really all like that. What do I mean by that? Doesn't matter if it's Biden, doesn't matter if it's Bush. Presidents, congressmen, senators don't control the sway of the economy as much as many people think. The economy is swayed initially by a president, meaning when he votes or votes on a policy. When he's voted in, you'll see the upward swing in the market or a downward turn in the market temporarily. But that's because of the emotional whims of the everyday investor. The market itself controls itself, actually. When there is a time of inflation, that can happen with any president. When there's a time of recession, that can happen during the time of any president. A bull market can happen during the time period. The market always has been able to breathe in and out, but we blame it on presidents. The market throughout its history has always been a breathing market or a place of trade, but we'll blame it on the president. So if you take out the blaming the president, whoever the president is, and you just watch the market itself and you start focusing on the making of your money, I promise you, you won't be swayed like the average mere mortal, the average American, when it comes to who's president. Laws will pass that you like. Laws will be put to the side that you like. Laws will pass that you don't like, and laws will be put to the side that you don't like. Congress, on average, gets 10,000 bills placed in front of them every year. I'll say this again. I looked this up the other day. It's crazy. Congress gets over 10,000 bills placed in front of them per year. You know how many they vote on? 400. That's it. You would think it was more, wouldn't you? You think that our Congress is out there busting their butt. 10,000 bills to make changes in the United States per year, and they only vote on 400. No matter who's president, guys, it's your job to be prepared to build and establish the life that you feel is going to fit you and benefit you and your loved ones best. I could care less who's president. I could care less for the next 10 presidents. I don't care. Will I vote? Yes, I vote. I vote every time. I vote from here. I'm a mail-in voter. Yes, I am. I've been voting while I was in Florida. Florida let me get my voters' rights back. I walk right to the ballot box. But I got news for you. Didn't put an extra dollar in my pocket. Didn't put after I voted the next day, whoever was president, I still had to get up in the morning and go to work. It didn't give us any extra holidays. Medical insurance in the United States still was expensive. Divorce rates were still the same divorce rates. The average everyday individual that had to pull up to a gas station was either paying higher gas prices or lower gas prices. Didn't matter who was president. Didn't matter who was president. Meat was going to be expensive or meat wasn't going to be expensive. Didn't matter who was president. So at the end of the day, maybe one day there'll be a president that'll have a major impact like Ronald Reagan did. And I didn't say it was a good impact. But Trump is not that dude, and neither is Biden. It's going to be status quo, dudes. I left during the Trump administration. I've been out of the country during the Biden administration. Guess what? Ain't nothing changed. I still get up in the morning, go after my goals, and I still make money. None of them have hurt me, and none of them are hurting you as Passport Bros. This is why I'm telling this part right out the gate. But before we get started with that, I'm going to do the shout out to the guys that are at the top, such as my man Tips and Trips. Shout out to you, brother, for being here this evening. Being numero uno, waiting on your boy. He said, "What up?" He said, "What up with Andre in the chat?" He said, "What up with it, Andre in the chat?" And my man Don, aka the Don JP, is in the building. He said, "Good evening, Andre and Andrea. Good evening to all who are in the chat. Water in hand." Speaking of, I got a little bit of ice left. This is a gift that came from one of you guys 4 years ago. You brought it down here and blessed us. Some of you guys know what type of Scotch whiskey this is. This is very expensive, like $400 or $500, right? This 21 represents 21 years, how old this Scotch whiskey is. We've had it for almost 3 to 4 years. I've been waiting for a special moment to open this up. It is really nice. Just look at that. Grand Reservoir. See what I'm saying? Really nice. All around the back, that artistry on the back. And let's open that up right there. Bam. That's how you know you got some nice liquor when it swirls around. Really nice. I have not opened this up. Yeah, I took the plastic off just a few moments ago, but I want to let you guys see what it looks like on the inside of it. Let me slide this back. Look at that. Really, really nice. So I'm about to open this bottle up for the first time. Let this Scotch breathe a little bit. Pop this out. That is really nice. Look at that rectangular shape. So let me take this top off. Oh, that smells so good. Oh, some of you have had this before. You know, for all you Archer fans, for all you guys that like the animated show Archer when it was out, this is one of Archer's. He was a spy. This is one of his favorite drinks. You slide this back around, closes it, and that's the box right there. Yeah. So this bottle is 25 years old. Let me let that breathe for a minute. Put that right there. Let that breathe. Put the box here. Shout out to you guys being here, celebrating along with your boys. Your boy. I guess your boys, all of us. We got 76 people in the building. Once again, tonight's topic is about the Trump verdict. How does that impact us? Whether you vote for him or not, whether you are a person that, that decide that you're not going to vote, how does that impact us as Passport Bros? That's what's important. But at the end of the day, also the question remains, I don't know, why don't it seem like I'm okay? There we go. There we go. I'm trying to not block the logo out, but I guess I gotta slide the camera back next time. But don't get frantic because of an election year. They say that most Americans that decide to relocate outside the country, it happens during the election year, whether it be the president that everybody's in favor for. There were people that left the United States when everybody voted for Obama. There were people that left. There were people that left when a lot of people voted for Trump. There were people that left. Biden, there were people that left. So don't think that just because somebody's president that sways whether people are going to stay in the States or not. No, people are going to leave no matter who's president or not. So don't let that throw you guys off. Shout out to you guys being here once again. Let me scroll down. Oh, man, my man Black Nubian's in the building with the $2 love. Them Canadian boys are at it again.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Shout out to you guys. And once again, we have a video by fellow YouTuber that we support Angry Man. We've interviewed him here before. He did a great one-on-one panel. Well, actually, there was a panel last night of American Black men talking about whether they should leave or whether they should stay. A lot of you guys feel like you got abandonment issues if you leave the United States. I'll say that again. Some of you think you're going through abandonment issues. I've left the plantation. That means that as if I'm a coward, I ran away. Nobody ran away. To relocate does not mean to run away, but they'll sell you that narrative. Do realize this, guys, before I go into the comment section. Sign language still exists even when it's not a woman talking about men. Kevin Samuel said, I didn't invent this, but I made this comment. What is sign language? Shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. People that don't agree with you will often say that. And we're so used to hearing women use it, not realizing, passport bros, there are many Americans, including men, that will use that same mindset or that same language on you. They will try to make you feel ashamed for getting your passport and leaving. If that doesn't work, they'll insult you. You running away. You a coward. Y'all simps. Y'all dusties. They'll make you feel guilty. So you live in the black folks' head. So you ain't down for the struggle no more, brother. So you ain't black no more. So you're not an American. You just done being an American, as if you can't be an American in other countries. And then the need to be right. They'll ask you questions with loaded answers. They'll ask you a question knowing when you give the answer, that opens up the door to 10 more questions. I'll say that again. The need to be right. They'll ask you a question and they know that once you answer, that answer opens up the door to say, well, what about? Well, how about? Okay, since you said that, then. So do realize, guys, that sign language is out there for the passport bros and you expats and blue book gentlemen and you digital nomads, you ex-military that are retired and you're living in other countries. They will try to use shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right against you just as fast as a woman in the United States will try to use it against them. And we're going to hear a lot of that in this conversation in which all of these American men on Angry Man panel had to say about, should we go or should we stay? But before we get started, can I pour myself a drink? Can your boy join you? Let me pour myself a drink. I got a little bit of lime off in there. I have never had a 25-year-old Scotch. Once again, this 21 that you guys see right here represents this has been aging for 21 years. When we got it, we've had it for almost 4 years, so it's almost 25 years old, this Scotch. And I want to save it for a special occasion, and you guys are that special occasion, our 5th year anniversary, our 5th year celebration. And I just want to say thank you guys for being there for Andrea and I and supporting us, all you guys that have been around. You didn't have to be a day one. You could be a 2-day, just for supporting us. Shout out to you guys. Salute to all of you. I was not expecting that to be that smooth. I was not expecting that to be that smooth, especially for a whiskey Scotch. Bruh. I can see why this was $400 or $500. I can see. I appreciate you, brothers. I really do. I appreciate you, brothers. Cologne of the night, of course, is Rave Now, but I'm combining it with the Club de Nuit for that Aventus smell that I'm smelling, that how I smell right now. This is an Aventus clone without the pineapple that Aventus is famous for. This is the pineapple that Aventus is famous for. So instead of buying a Ventus for $300-400, you just get the nice clone that smells just as good and even stronger and lasts longer than the Ventus. I'll say this again. Club Day Nuit, especially Intense, lasts longer than Creed Ventus itself. That's always been Creed's problem. All of their colognes are excellent. They just don't last long. You might get 2, 4, maybe 5 hours out of them. And that's a maybe. This 8 hours strong. It smells just like Creed Ventus. It is wonderful, excellent, but it smells like Creed Ventus, the formula that they have now since 2018 that doesn't have the pineapple. Rave now has the Creed Ventus pineapple scent that was in Creed before 2018. So now you combine these, this is not even $50. And I have it in the description of the video. So all you got to do is just, if you're on your cell phone, click the X that is by the chat, and it'll drop down and you can see it. And each one of these are very inexpensive. Shout out to you guys. He said, Andre is correct. He said the market actually improves when Democrats take over for 40 years. He said, but in people's mind, Republicans are better at the economy. I'll say something that I just discovered. I always knew about, I was raised before the 80s, and I was old enough to be in high school, junior high school, doing the Reagan economics trickle-down theory. When they lowered when Reagan and the administration lowered the taxes on the rich from 70%. Once again, the rich in the United States used to pay 70%. Now it's all the way down since the Reagan administration, trickle-down theory, 28% on average. And how they convinced the people that, hey, let the rich have money, they'll invest in their businesses, and the money will trickle down to getting jobs to you guys. It never happened. The rich got rich and never gave back. And all your rights that you had as an employee in the United States, all those rights were washed away. The rights that you had to basically have a raise at certain point in time, the minimum wage was going, certain things were written into laws to protect you against corporate greed. The Reagan administration wiped all of that away. But here's the kicker that had to go with what my brother just said. Did you guys know that the Reagan administration knew that the economy was remember Carter administration, the economy tanked. Did you not know the Reagan administration already knew that it was about to turn around? So when they gave those tax breaks to the rich, like 6-7 months later, the market started going up. And you everyday mere mortals actually thought in the 80s that it was because of the trickle-down theory. It didn't have nothing to do with politics. The market was going to adjust itself anyway. And poor whites, yeah, I'm talking to y'all, who voted for it, and poor blacks, I'm talking to y'all too, who voted for it, you fell for it as if, wow, we're all getting jobs, we're all getting employed. He was right. Ronald Reagan is a great president. No, Ronald Reagan and his team already knew that the market was going to turn itself around no matter what happened. You guys are going to get those jobs in the late 70s, early 80s, no matter what happened. Because the market had plummeted so far, it was automatically, economists that had already told him it was going to turn back around. What's my point in talking about the Reagan administration? You guys are doing the same damn thing with Trump. You actually think that if you vote for Trump or Biden, that that's going to put some extra money in your pocket. It's not going to put an extra dime in none of your pocket. The market is going to adjust itself from the pandemic like it did. The market dropped in the beginning of the pandemic, April all the way to July, didn't it? Anybody that was bold enough to put money into the market during the Trump administration and bold enough to put money into or keep your money in the market, what happened? Right after July, your money quadrupled by the end of the next year. The market took off. Everybody that had money in the market was balling. It just wasn't that many of you that kept your money in the market because you had bills to pay because you were stuck at home because of the pandemic. That market was going to turn around anyway. But Trump and his administration will say, we turned the market around during the pandemic. No, you didn't. It could have been Biden in office. It could have been Obama. It could have been, dude, it could have been me in office. And the market was going to do that what they call, I love when they call what they called it, the K growth. And what it was this. It was shaped like a K. They said those who had money in the market during 2020 all the way to mid 2021, their money went like this. And those of you who took your money out of the market, your money went like this. And so they called it the K. It was like a K. Those who kept their money in and those who kept putting money in the market, they kept going. Those who, man, listen. Y'all keep on playing while I enjoy this scotch. So we're going to look at some of the videos when it comes to Trump. We've been here for 33 minutes. Let me go ahead and get started with the videos. Shout out to you, Black Nubian again. And my man D Payne is in the building. What am I doing right, ladies and gentlemen? D Payne, thoughts and opinions. He say Jason Black uses sign. Y'all, yes. Yeah, Jason Black is shout out to Jason Black, but he is famous for using sign language all the time. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. Yes, sir. Shout out to Kevin Samuels for making that famous, even though he says he was the one that created it. Let's get ready to get started. Let me pull up the video. That's what took me a little extra time, guys, getting the video in order.
I'm going to vote for Trump. I
think that this is the most important information for you. I think that this is the most important.
Thank you. Give me a second. Okay. Before we get started, this video is the reactions from TikTok of the average American, us mere mortals, regarding the Trump verdict. I'm still going to vote for Trump, or I had no plans on voting for him anyway. Is he a criminal? So for what? Well, technically, on record, from now on, he's a felon. You're voting for a felon. Bruh, take it from an ex-felon. If I don't know felons, don't nobody know him. He was convicted of a crime. He is waiting for his sentencing. Even if he appeals, he has to win 34 appeals, because if one of those slides through, he gets exonerated of 33, he's still a convicted felon of 1. So whether we want to admit it or not, Andre, you're hating. See, I'm not. See, here's the problem with us Americans. It's our job as guys that are honest. I give things exposure. I don't make it up. And I don't just talk about the other person. You notice I always tell my story too. I'm an ex-felon. Trump is a current felon, no matter how you want to put it now. That's what's making America feel shook up and feel embarrassed around the world. Because yes, they are talking about you around the world. Yeah, they talking greasy about America. They talking real greasy for real. Y'all see what happened in America? They trying to lock their own president up. Hey, dirty. So yeah. But this is reactions of the average everyday Americana. So let's hear what they have to say.
It's a bunch of hooey. I'm going to vote for Trump either way.
Do you think it's fair that he's been found guilty?
I do. I think it's the rule of law, absolutely.
I think it was rigged, the whole thing. They didn't really have a crime for him. They just wanted him out.
Well, I believe Biden and his people or whoever must have made sure that this would happen before the election. I'm sad about the state of the court system. It makes me angry.
I think it's politically motivated. I think he's probably guilty of having done that, but I don't think it was something that is necessarily indictable offense. I think they're stretching the law.
I think he should go to jail. Anybody else would be behind bars. Cohen was behind bars. Martha Stewart for doing something, kind of similar was behind bars. And why is he special?
If I done it, I would be in jail. So if he done the crime, he'd be time.
What does today mean for the Republic?
Do I not respect the jury system? There were 12 people that listened to everything, that deliberated for 3 days and returned a verdict, and we act like they don't count. Well, they are the most important people in the country.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you, James, to be honest. I think that the discrepancy is whether or not the case should have been whether or not the case should have been brought is my point. I think they got it right. Well, he did it. But was this case worth bringing? That's the point. Go ahead, Harold.
James, do you think a jury in your home county would have seen this case the same as 12 Manhattanites saw it? Do you think that in a red county, this would have been heard with as sympathetic ears as it was in a county where he is loathed, where he got under 12% in the election last time around?
Let's pause with that. Some of you guys think that, Trump got a unfair shake. I do too. I think he was guilty of everything that they found him guilty of. But to bring it up because he's running for president, that's the dirty part. I'll say it again. We're all guilty of something. Well, even Obama admitted, listen, that was me. Fuck Clinton. That was me firing up that weed. Even Obama ain't got no problem with telling him firing up the weed for years. Remember, Obama came in with purple lips into the office. We ain't forget about that, Obama. You came in the office with purple lips. We all guilty of something. But to come at that man and not give, the electoral system honest, okay, you running for president, I'm running for president, let's go for it, like it usually does. That's the dirty part. To use the courts against that man, the judicial system, that's the dirty part. But was he guilty of it? Oh, he was guilty of all of it, 100%. But the fact that they brought it on him, I ain't down with that, I'm not down with that part. But at the end of the day, even with me, I couldn't blame the jurors. I had 12 people who were total strangers, but were my peers in court, listening to everything. I had 12 people in front of me, didn't know me from tea in China, the price of tea in China. When they put all them guns on that courtroom table and said, we found this one, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one, and we got that one. That jury could have easily said, Mr. Spence and the other co-conspirators are guilty of the guns. We're talking about in the feds, that's 15 years, and if it could be 15 years apiece. Remember I said I was looking at 165 years. They could have easily had that each 15-year running wild. Running wild means separately. Consecutive means that 15, each gun would have been 15, 15, 15, 15. It's just been 115 years. Running wild would have been 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. So when you hear me say running wild, that means that I could have did 15 years for one gun, then another 15 for another gun, then another 15 for another gun, or it could have been consecutive. They could have just had all 5 guns, 10 guns, right there, and just had a 15-year window consecutive. My peers who didn't know me from Adam, did y'all see any of them with the guns? No, but we confiscated them and we saw them. Doesn't mean anything. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. You know how good it feels? I take the drugs. I would take all the conspiracy, the racketeering, all that. But the guns in the feds? That would have broke my back. I would have been in the feds at least looking at another, that 10 wouldn't have been enough. I'd have been looking at another 15, 30 years. At least. But my peers said, it doesn't matter how we feel about drugs in our communities in the 80s and 90s. It doesn't matter how many laws the Clinton administration and the Biden administration during that time period, Senator Biden, passed laws against black men, getting them locked up in jail. Doesn't matter how many anti-drug commercials we see on television and how many people get hooked on drugs in the United States. Those guns do not belong to Andre Spence, nor his peers. I mean, nor his co-conspirators. So when it comes to that portion of the judicial system, I can't be one of those brothers that's like, oh man, the system don't work. It worked for me. What we were guilty of, we were guilty of. But what we weren't guilty of, our peers said, hell no, we're not about to put these black men in prison. And these were all mainly white Indiana folks, to where you would think you'd never get a break. And remember, Indiana is the country that's famous for lynching. Lynching and picnics while lynching. We got a fair break. And that's what this man is saying right here. Y'all can bitch about what happened to Trump, but it wasn't one judge that had to judge him. It was American peers, everyday Americans. So to sit back and say, well, if he wasn't in Manhattan, well, he didn't get the most votes, and no. I know what it's like to be in a part of the country where you ain't the most favorite person, and your peers still are honest. I know what it's like. So all that crying that Ronaldo trying to do, or Ronaldo, I forget how to pronounce his name. He just talking into the wind, because I like what my man with the cap on, look like he going fishing, with the military cap. I like what he has to say. He said, if you guys don't believe in our judicial system of 12 people among his peers, the American judicial system is nothing but an embarrassment. He's absolutely correct. Because I know what it's like to be like I said, I know what it's like to sit in front of people that don't know you from Adam and don't even like your people. Rednecks in Indiana. None but corn. And they still said, oh no, we're not about to lock these kids up. We're not about to lock these kids up for this, and it's not theirs. And so if Trump can't handle it, old white billionaire can't handle it, I don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry for some old white billionaire when we've seen the justice system be swayed against minorities for years. You think anybody feel sorry for one white dude? No offense, my white brothers. This is not us mere mortal white brothers. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about some rich billionaire, orange, white dude that could care less about you. I'm talking about the dude that's got white people in jail right now in federal prisons because of January 6th. He ain't never wrote a letter to them. He ain't never came visit them. He ain't put no money on their commissary, no Zooms, no whams, no nothing. All those people are in jail right now because they ran up into the Capitol on the whims, allegedly, of former President Trump. These men aren't seeing their kids, grandkids. These women aren't seeing their daughters, nor sons, except for on Visitation Day. And Trump ain't never went to see none of them people that got locked up on January 6th allegedly on his behalf. So if y'all looking for me to have some sympathy for some rich white dude, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. He ain't had no sympathy for them people that he talked into January 6th on his behalf, the trumpets. I don't have another name for people that follow Trump, so I call y'all trumpets. The trumpets. All you trumpets out there. And some of y'all didn't. The only reason you didn't run up into the Capitol is because you couldn't get a flight ticket. If you could have been there, you'd have ran your black tail up in there too. On behalf, because you's a trumpet. And nothing wrong with being a trumpet. What am I saying once again? The reason why I'm saying this is that I am not going to waste 1 ounce of energy or any of this good scotch caring about what happens to a dude that's running for president, who should have sat his butt down somewhere and would have been on his 10th season of The Apprentice. Oh, I want to run for president. I want to tell, I was the one that told them, look for Obama's birth certificate. I want to run instead of just sitting sometimes you get in your own way, man. Instead of sitting Trump happy ass down in Florida playing golf and coming up to New York, telling people you're fired. Making that money. Nobody knew about all his underhanded deals. Nobody was bothering him for doing, using his accountants to kind of like pad the books to make his real estate mogul, his real estate empire seem bigger than what it was. Nobody was bothering Trump on that aspect. A few lawsuits here and there because of his schools and things like that. But for the most part, all he had to do was keep writing books and doing television shows. Keep your damn mouth shut. But what does he do? I'm going to run for president. And all y'all that vote for Trump, for many of you, some good things have happened. I'm going to say this again. In many areas of the economy, I have to admit, it swayed in a positive way when Trump was president. But for all you selfish Americans, have you taken the time out to think one time? All hell has broken loose in Donald Trump's life since the motherfucking moment he decided that he wanted to become president of the United States. I don't wish that hell on my worst enemy. I don't wish I don't wish the last 6-7 years of what Donald Trump has gone through, the stress that, man, it's when that man's chest that heart is still beating. Most Americans are only thinking about, which we should, ourselves. But if you just take time out to think about, since the time period he said, I'm going to run for president, bruh, that man's life been hell. Well, he brought on himself. He did. It was all his fault. It is. But that don't make it any less hellacious. I'm just saying, I couldn't do it. I'd have kept my mouth shut and making that television money. I wouldn't have been asked about Obama's birth certificate. I wouldn't have been doing none of that stupid shit. Man, I'd have been, man, listen. Come on, Trump. Let's go back to the video, guys. And I come to the comment section in a second.
I rely on the jury system. I go to Manhattan all the time. If I'm mugged, I expect a jury to return a fair verdict. I lived in Louisiana. I'm in Mississippi now. I think jurors can be fair. And I think the idea that these jurors were some kind of political pawn is a disservice to the jury system, is a disservice to the rule of law. And I'm listening to Sean Hannity and Marco Rubio saying that you have to commit 3 murders in New York before Alvin Bragg will bring us nonsense. The truth of the matter is Trump did not testify. He chickened out. All right? He did nothing. He put on no defense. He put on that pathetic Costello, made a fool of himself. You can choose to not believe in a jury system. That's your choice. I do not share that view at all. I believe in the jury system. I believe these were conscientious Americans that tried to do their best.
It doesn't affect it in one way at all. Nothing. There's no thought process. We're voting for President Trump. That's it. Done.
No, it does not affect it at all. I was not voting for him. I didn't vote for him in the past. I think he's a despicable human being.
I wasn't going to vote for him one way or the other. Whether they exonerated him or convicted him, I was never going to vote for him.
Claro que sí que voy a votar por él.
A pesar de él ya ser condenado.
A pesar de ser condenado, porque es injusto.
I have real reservations on voting for a convicted felon.
but I don't believe he's a convicted felon. I believe it'll be overturned.
Will this affect your vote in any way?
No, he wasn't fit the first time, and now I can't believe that there's even a chance he could have a second term.
You're going to see a bunch of takes about Donald Trump being found guilty on 34 of 34 felony charges today. It's very important. You'll see a lot of takes. But I actually think that this is the most important information for you to take in all of this. In the moments immediately following Trump's guilty verdict, his campaign donation website crashed because so many people rushed to give him more of their hard-earned money. I actually think there are two really, really important lessons to take from this. First, I think it's a reminder that the law and order crowd was never particularly committed to law or order.
Let's pause that for a second. That's not the first time I heard that the Trump website crashed. But I do want you guys to realize this before we go any further. It was not just white folk that was given their hard-earned cash. I'm going to let that one sink in.
Consider the way Trump and his allies talked about Black Lives Matter people. At one point, he literally considered shooting people for protesting the death of a black man. For years, Donald Trump has refused to admit that he was wrong about the exonerated Central Park Five. And even just a couple of days ago, when talking to a bunch of very wealthy donors, Donald Trump had this to say about dealing with campus protests. So that's students. He said students who are protesting, if they're from a foreign country, he's going to throw them out of America. All in the name, he claims, of making them behave, which is interesting coming from this guy in particular. The second takeaway that I find so interesting is that when you get a group of 12 people and you put them in a room and you present the evidence to those 12 people and you keep them from all the media and all the spin and all the craziness, they will look at that evidence and they will say, this guy's guilty. But when you take that same information and you filter it through mainstream media, particularly Fox News, thousands of people, maybe even tens of thousands of people, will flood to a website and give their hard-earned money to a man convicted of 34 felony charges. And
Again, it wasn't just Earl and Bethany and Kathy giving money to Trump over the last couple of days. You heard?
it is one of the most bizarre reminders that we are living in a down is up, up is down world right now.
Whether you love or hate Donald Trump, what happened today was offensive to the Constitution. Every single American who loves this country, who loves this government, who loves our founding document, which was passed, by the way, not to restrain Americans, the individual. It was passed to restrain the government, to keep the government from acting out of bounds. And boy, oh boy, when you look at this, when you take a step back and try to absorb this, how can you not say that this is way out of bounds? God, it doesn't matter whether.
Okay, former President Donald J. Trump has been found guilty of all 34 counts of felony falsifying business records in his New York criminal case. What does this mean? Is he going to jail or prison? Can he run for office? Can he be the president? Allow me to explain. I'm Molly. I am a criminal defense lawyer and adjunct law professor. Let's get into it. In all likelihood, Donald Trump is not going to jail or prison. That's because others who are similarly situated to him, have no criminal history, are in his age group, and have been convicted of similar offenses, do not get a sentence of imprisonment in this jurisdiction. And there's this idea behind sentencing that we should have some uniformity among similarly situated defendants. Now, of course, the judge has authority to sentence him to prison or to jail. But for the most part, people who are like Donald J. Trump, who have been convicted of falsifying business records in New York, are given a sentence of probation, a fine, maybe some community service, maybe house arrest. But
remember, I gave you guys the stats a few weeks ago that I knew about. 70% of all crimes are in the United States are by way of, let's put it in percentage. Because I don't know the up-to-date stats. The stats I have are from a few years back. A majority of the crimes that take place in the United States are white males. White males commit more crimes than any other group white females, then black males, Latin, any other group. White males, Florida man out there acting a fool. But just like in Trump's case, white males quite often don't end their happy asses up in jail. It's the minorities that do. That's why you have more minorities in prisons and in county jails. And it looks from the visualization, we must be doing more crimes. No, we're sentenced and imprisoned in juvenile centers, county jails, state prisons, federal prisons, as well as military prisons, more than those who commit a majority of the crimes in the United States, white males. This ain't nothing against you white brothers. That's just stats. When these cameras go off, you white brothers can look it up. Yes, you do most of the time, most of the crime, but you rarely do the time. So when it comes to Donald Trump, I'm not surprised that he is not going to jail. White males, like she said, with no crime, no criminal background that they know of a certain age, you know, he's an older dude, of she said particular position, you know, he ain't a broke dude. He ain't going to jail. Now, I've seen a lot of dudes go to jail that were of that caliber, but not as many as had been convicted. They usually end up on house arrest or on probation. It's kind of funny, in the feds, we kind of like knew what white guy convictions were. White guys in the feds, normally your convictions are under 5 years. That's why white guys come in and y'all talk about, this used to be funny. A white guy will come into the feds and he knew, don't tell your, we already know that, don't tell you, nobody tell you a conviction number. But white guys in the feds automatically knew, don't you ever tell what you were in prison, what your sentencing was. Because Latin, Middle Eastern, even many Asian, and especially Black, we were more incarcerated for over 5 years, and white males were incarcerated in federal prison under 5 years. So when it comes to situations like that, do realize. But what she's talking about right now, can Donald Trump do prison time? Let's go back to it. Or will he do prison time?
Jail or prison is simply unlikely. So what if he goes to jail? Can he run for president? He certainly can, and it wouldn't even be the first time that somebody incarcerated is running. In fact, in 1920, the socialist candidate was Eugene Debs, and he ran a fairly successful campaign while he was locked up in the United States Penitentiary in Atlanta on a charge of sedition. In fact, he wouldn't even be the only candidate running for president while incarcerated. We also have, in 2024, the Tiger King, Joe Exotic, who is running for president on the Libertarian ticket, and he is also presently incarcerated in a federal detention facility. There is nothing in the Constitution that prevents somebody from running for president if they are convicted of a crime or currently in jail or prison. But while Joe Exotic is running this year and Eugene Debs ran in 1920, both incarcerated, we have not seen a situation wherein somebody wins the presidency and is incarcerated. But again, there's nothing in the Constitution or in the law that prevents somebody from being incarcerated and being the president of the United States. Similarly, there's nothing that prevents somebody from being on house arrest or being on probation from being the president. We just haven't seen it happen before. Personally, as a criminal defense lawyer, I like seeing that somebody who's been convicted of a crime isn't necessarily limited in every single opportunity in their life thereafter. But we are in a somewhat unprecedented situation. And with that, I'll see you in court.
All right. So we just got a chance to hear from the attorney, and we're going to hear once again from our man, Angry Man, in regards to Americans versus Americans regarding should we leave Or should
I mean, we
stay?
talk about this every day from every single aspect. We talk about it from the war on masculinity. We talk about it from the aspect of how they're taking everything that we know in media and changing it. We talk about so many different things. So many different things. And all of it ties together. All of it ties together. We want to sit back and pretend like it doesn't. While we live in this country where the men are slowly being socialized to be more effeminate, more docile. Other countries are promoting that their men be strong. Jason said, yep, we are the big brother of the world. We lose our place, world goes to shit. People celebrating what? Socialism? The end of freedom? No.
Okay. Do you guys believe that? I want to hear what you guys have to say. We got 121 people in the building. Click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too. Shout out to my man Black Scorpion in the building with the $5 super chat. Shout out, super cash app. Shout out to you, brother. Black Scorpion. Appreciate you, brother.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful. Give yourself
so lovely to be here tonight with Black Scorpion, man.
While you're in the clapping mood, I'd like to give a big round of applause to my band, Sexual Chocolate.
Give that man Black Scorpion a round of applause.
Sexual Chocolate. They play so fine, don't you agree?
A lot of times we think that the American dollar centers around the average everyday person around the world. It doesn't. The American dollar builds its strength off of the fact that it is used for a global commerce of major products. I'll tell you what I mean by that. And I know I kind of like botched that. A lot of times when we're buying stuff made in bulks, in shipping containers, and countries are buying stuff, oil and wheat and barley and even purchasing water from each other. The US dollar is used for those purchases, those major billion upon billion trillion dollar purchases. That's what the US dollar is, where it gets its strength, that people use that around the world, like people kind of like center around English, right? But for us average everyday people, the US dollar is not that it thing. In other words, I could have the yen and I could purchase a pair of jeans with yen. I could purchase some clothing, of course, jewelry. I could go to a restaurant with yen because the yen is strong. The euro. When Andrea and I were in Europe, oh yeah, for all you guys that are in Europe, you could tell us that the euro and the pound, you ain't looking at the dollar like it's all so mighty, are you? Because when you go to the gas station with your euro, you're thinking the same thing that somebody with the American dollar is thinking. Whoa, this gas is expensive. To the average person, if I, for the rest of my life, never use dollars, I still have other form of currencies that are just as strong for average people. I'm not doing international import-export trades. I'm just an average person. And I can still get a bang for my buck with a euro. And if you want, All you brothers that's been to Cuba, tell me how strong a dollar is. And now tell me how strong the Canadian dollar is. In Cuba, the US dollar, the US credit card is trash. That's just a little small island. I'm just talking about the experience of it. If you ever want to see the rest of the world continue on and the US dollar not being number one, go to Cuba. Then take your Canadian dollar. All them Canadians, they looking at you laughing. American peasants. Do you need any money? I'm sure you do. Well, I can use my Canadian credit cards. Why can't you use your American cards? If you ever want to experience what it would be like with all of us talking so mighty about the US dollar, go ahead, go to Cuba real quick. Well, we got embargoes on them. I understand all that. I said for the experience. You go to Cuba, you'll find out that if in the future the US dollar ain't worth nothing, there are other dollars that will be worth something. Whether it be the crypto dollars that's coming out, the cryptocurrency that's coming out, or whether it be currency like the pound or the Canadian dollar or the euro. Don't ever think that you can only survive on the dollar. Take it from me. I've experienced being in places where the dollar was not numero uno. And guess what? I could still go to the grocery store as long as I had the currencies of that particular country that was just as strong as the dollar, i.e. the pound, i.e. the euro. But when you were in America, and this is no slight to Angry Man, shout out to Angry Man. Make sure you guys continue to watch his content and continue to drop the link so we all can subscribe. This is really nice. But I want you guys to know, if you're not a regular traveler to other countries, they think that we travel for the ladies only. They don't think that we're learning languages, cultures, and currencies. I want to say that again. They really think, because they see what they see on YouTube and they see women twerking from Brazil, that they think that that's all we know are women twerking in Brazil or in Colombia or in Thailand. They don't realize during the daytime we're learning the currencies, the cultures, and the languages of these countries. What's the number one commodity in the world right now? Communication. There's no other greater commodity in the world than communication. If you can communicate, okay. Ask people in the United States that's bilingual, do they not get paid more than you do? I'll say that again. Do people in the United States that can speak Spanish and English, do they not get that extra $1 or $2 increase on their salary just because they know 2 languages? They know how to communicate to more than one culture. On your job hunt, many times you see, and if you're bilingual, you'll get communication. But if you don't travel like we do, you don't realize that we have learned currencies and are still learning currencies. So when the dollar, if it were to ever falter, like the Roman coin, can I put that out there? United States is one of the greatest empires to ever exist. Not the greatest, one of the greatest empires to ever exist. And if those other empires could falter, who the heck are we to think that our empire can't falter either? Now, am I talking about the demise of the United States? No. There are things that the passport bros need to take place in the United States. I'm going to go back to Angry Man. I'm going to come to the comment section. Then I'm going to let you guys know the 5 things that passport bros need to happen in the United States from this day forth. And I'll give you one. We need most of y'all to keep y'all happy asses on the plantation. If you think that the passport bros are trying to get all of y'all to leave the hood, nope, 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 nope. If you think that the passport bros and expats and blue book gentlemen are trying to convince every black man to get on the ship, we are not Marcus Garvey. You got us twisted. We only talk to men and women who are interested in relocating. But as for the rest of you guys, we need and want your happy tail to stay right where you are. Don't you move off Mr. Gilmore's property. Him good white folk. Him good white folk. You stay right there. You believe that you built, since you built it all with the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors, the black Indians all the way until blacks today, we built the foundation of the country. Yes, we did. We fought in wars. Yes, we did. And we need your asses to believe that and stay right where y'all at. And there are other reasons that I'm going to break down why we need y'all to stay right where y'all happy asses are. So we do not promote every black person get a passport. And anybody that's trying to say that is lying. You have never heard one passport bro said, we need all y'all brothers and all y'all white folk to come on yonder. Oh, hell no, we don't. So we're going to look at this, go to the comments, and then we're going to come back to 5 reasons why the passport bros, we don't need y'all to follow us at all. Let's go back to the video.
No, we need Trump. Let me tell you something. There isn't a country on this planet. Any one of you can try to raise this argument against me if you want to. There isn't a country on this planet that you would rather live in than America.
Put a 1 in the comment section if you believe that. Put a 2 in the comment section if you don't believe that. Put a 1 in the comment section, because we're coming back to the comments, and I'm going to go directly to the bottom and work my way up. So put a 1 in the comment section. You believe what Angry Man just said. There's no other country in the in the world that you would rather live in than the United States at this stage of your life. Put a 2 in the comment section if you're like, hell yeah, he right. He is right. So if you like, nah, bro, I ain't going for that, put a 1. If you believe it, put a 2.
There isn't a country on this planet that you would rather live in than America. Anybody that disagrees with that is crazy.
Here's the kicker. I agree with him. I agree that there is not a country in the world that you'd rather be in other than like America, or rather live in like you live in America. Only one problem, or only one dilemma, or only one thing that's been left out. I got a passport. My job is not to be dedicated to one country. I don't give a fuck about one country. Not a one. I can enjoy all of them. What I don't get in Brazil, I can get in Colombia. What I don't get in Colombia, I can get in Thailand. If I don't get in Thailand, I can shoot my happy ass to DR, St. Bart's, St. Thomas, Barbados, Grand Cayman, Bahamas, Jamaica. Bro, we are passport bros. Passport is the name term, not just brothers. We've been brothers forever. Black brothers, white brothers, Asian brothers, Japanese brothers, doesn't matter, even though that's Asian. We hold no allegiance to one country. We hold allegiance to one planet. Don't you ever let somebody try to get you into an argument about, well, where's the perfect country? Bruh. These countries are like me being a polygamist. Listen, I'm not a polygamist on my wife. I don't need a bunch of wives. But when it comes to a bunch of countries, I need all them bitches to be mine. I need every country that, yes. I'm a being Brazil over while I'm kissing on France, while I got my finger in the butthole of Japan, while my toes are being sucked by Mongolia. Oh yeah, countries. We pluralists in this month. Dude, if y'all think that I hold any allegiance to Colombia, oh, he about to get his Colombian citizenship. He holds an allegiance to Colombia. Y'all got me. I am a blue book gentleman, passport king, passport cartels, passport, or in the word of Austin Holloman, enlightened man. We hold no allegiance. I can't tell you what the perfect country is, because a perfect country for me in the summertime might be different for a perfect country for me in the wintertime. A perfect country for me at 35 might be different as a perfect country for me at 40. But with a passport, I can enjoy each one of those countries, can I? See, in the United States, they teach us how to pledge allegiance to one country at a time. So when guys go on YouTube and criticize me or Ace or Flyboy Way or anybody that goes to one country often, or criticize Taylor Made Dreams or Flip Flop for being in DR one island at a time, you think that we hold allegiance. No, bruh. Taylor Made Dreams showed y'all that. Y'all thought that Taylor Made Dreams was my country, DR. See what I'm saying? Dominican or Republican Dominica. And he tricked y'all ass by using his passport, and he went on to Thailand and been living his life and going back and forth. You are a passport bro. You are now no longer a bro. I'm gonna say that again. You was a bro from the time period we was on basketball courts to when we were playing football in the parking lots and in the streets, waiting for the car to go by, and then we'll finish our football game. Come on, y'all guys remember that when you play football in the streets, and then a car come, and then everybody will stop and stand to the side, let the car roll by, and then we get back in the streets. We keep on throwing our football, playing our football game. That's what was bros when we were picketing. We were all going to college together. When we were all dealing with the struggle life of the United States together. We were bros. Now we passport bros. And we don't owe a motherfucking country nothing except for taxes in that country that we're going to, or the taxes or the country that we just left. But we don't owe nobody no allegiance. Don't you ever fall in love with one country. Man, I love Italy. Yeah, but I'm going to cheat with Spain. Yeah, I'm going to have my finger in Spain. Yeah, Barcelona. I'm going to put my finger in your booty. Yeah, I know Italy is giving me fire head, but Portugal got a big booty. Hey, listen. Portugal, Spain, and Italy, y'all freaky. But less than 8 miles away, I'll say this again. This is going to blow your mind. Less than 8 miles away, you can cheat on Portugal, Spain, and Italy, freak ass, by crossing the Mediterranean 8 miles away. And you got your freaky ass in Madagascar, Morocco. You sitting up there just fucking the dog shit out of Ethiopia. You done slid past Ethiopia. You got your butt down there cheating in Egypt. You don't owe one country. And that's what Americans back home, many of our brothers and sisters don't realize there is no one utopia for us. This planet is our utopia. That's what gives us peace. The fact that you know what I love? And I'm gonna come to the comment section before I go back to this video. I love the fact that we talk about flights like we catching Greyhounds. Where you headed to, man? You thought, you know, man, I was gonna fly to Brazil, man, but you know, after watching Austin Holloman videos, I'm gonna shoot over to Peru real quick and see what they about. You swear we was riding Greyhound buses. Oh man, you know what, man? I just got back from London. I did about 4 weeks in London, man. It was really good, man. Y'all they freaky with them accents, dog. They freaky, but they remind you of Western women. So I went on head down to Paris, and they freaky with accents too and attitudes. But when I got to Germany, dog, and we will talk about it like we can. I love that. In Americans who have been, like many of us, programmed to hold allegiance or travel 50 states of one country, and then you think you're doing something because over 50% of all, you can look this up, over 50% of all passports are in the United States are used for Mexico and Canada, because a lot of people have jobs in Mexico and a lot of people have jobs in Canada. And being a Detroiter, that's all I saw was Detroiters that had jobs in Canada. They would just catch the tunnel, go through the tunnel, or catch the bridge back and forth. So I can attest to just growing up seeing that of Americans going, you know, work their everyday job, and then you just see all these cars coming back from Canada through the tunnel. They'd just be regular Detroiters. I kid you guys not, but I'm about to go to the comment section and have some fun with you guys. Then I'll come back to the super chats, guys, but I really want to hear what you guys have to say. Let me go to get to the bottom. When we gonna get to the good part? Isolated or more civil. Oh, I'm dipping the conversation. Shout to you, man. Washburn Billy in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. I appreciate you, brother. Let me give that man a shout out like I give Jamar a shout out. He say travel language is a foreign language to most people. I like how you put that. I put my pen. Hey, I am a quote thief. Don't be putting quotes in here because I will take a quote. Yes, that is. That was a good one, man. Goodness gracious. To most people. So if you hear me saying this again, yeah, let me put your name down there, Jamal, as a quote. Every day in my journal, I use certain quotes and certain statements, and then I'll kind of like run with that. My journal is set up with all positivity. All of us have negative things that happen to us throughout the day, throughout life, whether it be to us or our family members. I don't put anything negative in my journal. It's always something positive. So whether it be a statement or a quote, and I could build off of that. Shout out to you, brother. Yeah, that was a good quote, man. Goodness gracious. He's like, I have it. Appreciate it. Thomas in the building. Shout out to you. And well, wait a minute. Iman is in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Thomas says, anything in the last 100 years. Let me scroll back up. Oh, he said, anything in the last 100 years, when the market crashes, America was the only residential country or resilient country. I could say that to a certain extent, but then I say this too. Was America the only country that bounced back? Anytime the last 100 years, when the American market crash was the only, anytime in the last 100 years, when the market crashed, America was the only resilient country. Is America the only country that's successful today? Is New Zealand broke? Australia broke? Japan broke. China broke. Is Colombia broke? Not really. They're building and developing like crazy. What about Brazil? Brazil is what, the 5th largest economy in the world? Are they broke? What's my point? Yes, America might have been the one of the few countries that bounced back faster than most countries. But as we travel the world, we see good times in many countries. Good times. Yes, the Colombian pesos, the Philippine pesos, the Mexican pesos. It's not as strong as the dollar. I don't need it to be. Can you guys walk into a Walmart and get the same products in Mexico that you got in the United States? For all you guys that's been to Cancun and Mexico City, Tulum, can you walk into a Mexican Walmart and get the exact same products dang near that you get in the United States? Yeah. What about for those of you that's here in Colombia or you're in DR and you go to Price Mart, and Price Mart is nothing but a Costco or a Sam's Club, the exact same thing, and it's actually owned by Costco's. Price Mart. Do you miss out anything when you go into Price Mart and you got the giant shopping cart, because you know you're getting everything in bulk, and you're walking through the giant shopping cart and you got your membership just like at Sam's Club or Costco in the States? Are you missing out anything? Nothing? No, for real. Let's think about it. When you go to Colombian Costco, it's something missing, or which is called Sam's Club. I mean, which is called Price Mart, and Price Mart is in DR as well in other countries. Are you missing it? You ain't missing a damn thing, are you? So when you sit back, you hear Americans talking as if you are missing out on something. We not. That's why I always put it where the goats can get it. Put it where the goats can get it. Let's talk off cameras. When these cameras go off, can I go to a grocery store and get the same shit you get at a better price? Can I get the exact same Colgate, LG TV, cyber vehicle? Yeah, they got them down here in Colombia. They just got them delivered too. The same thing that you can get as far as products. The same Amazon that you order from, I order from. All these damn colognes are basically Amazons. At a better price. That's what our point is. Yes, America, if you look at it from the macro perspective, yes, if America falls, it will impact the world. Correct. Remember in 2008, when the U.S. housing market crashed, all those banks in Sweden and Switzerland that invested in banks in the United States, when the U.S. banks start crashing because we couldn't afford the houses, and everybody's leaving their house keys in the mailbox and just walking away from the houses. When the banks in America crashed, those European banks that had invested in American banks crashed. I agree with that. But does Europe still exist? Did it become non-existent, or are they impoverished because America's housing market crashed? America bounced back first, and guess what? Switzerland and all those other banks still exist. They ain't going nowhere. What's my point? America is powerful, but it's not going to cause the end of the world if America's not around. When Rome, the strongest empire, when it crashed, now it's just regular Italy, the world kept going. Egyptian Empire, Mesopotamian Empire, one of the first empires in the world, Mesopotamia. the Chinese Empire, Japanese Empire, the largest empire of all time, the Mongolian Empire. Man, half of us can't even spell Mongolia now. The one thing that Americans fear most, and let's be honest, and I'm American just as much as you guys are, we fear that if ever America crumbles, and I'm not hating on my country, and I'm not wishing anything on my country. My country, 'tis of thee, United States. We fear that what we imagine will come to pass, and historically, that has never come to pass. When the Roman Empire fell, Italy just became just regular old Italy. When Egyptian Empire fell, it just became regular old Egypt. When the Japanese Empire fell, it just became regular old Japan, regular old China, regular old. These countries didn't just up and disappear off the planet like you lose one. If anything ever happens to the United States economy will still be good. It won't be as great, but it'll still be good. And somebody else will be the economy, the largest economy. United States is not going anywhere. But the United States that we know may no longer be. And that's already happening right now. But let's continue on because we've got quite a bit of information. Let me go back to you guys in the comment section. Let's go back to the comment section because I want to see what you guys had to say. Let me scroll. Shout out to my man Emmanuel in the building. Emmanuel said passports, military strength of the dollar. Any one of those slip and American value plummets. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. We're already number 2 in what is it? I don't know if it's GDP. China passed us up a couple of years ago. I forget if it's it's GDP or GNP. Gross national product. Yeah, I think it's GNP. I think China passed us up a couple of years ago. Shout out to Mad Dollars being in the building as well. Shout out to you, BM. I'll come to the super chats in a second, guys. Shout out to my man Kenny. People will always give me great information, always sending me great emails and suggestions. Shout out to you. Should give me some of y'all Trump supporters money so I can pay my mortgage off. I thought the same thing. All y'all Americans crying broke. They sending money over to Ukraine. They sending all that money to Haiti. They sending all that money over there to help Hawaii. And as soon as y'all see a white billionaire get convicted, I'm going to say that again. Y'all need y'all asses whooped. And I'm talking to you average, everyday, broke white people too. Y'all need y'all asses whooped. You brothers and others. Every one of y'all, male and female, dogs, cats, ferrets. Y'all need y'all a white billionaire who ain't even been sentenced yet. Y'all crashed his website, giving him the money that y'all blood, sweat, and tears for over the last month. Y'all cry about taxes, gas prices, the fact that y'all can't even afford houses in the United States, the fact that medical services are so expensive. Y'all crying about college debt. President Biden, please save us. Erase these college debt. All this. And as soon as you get a breather, when it comes to your bills, what do? You give your motherfucking hard-earned money to a motherfucking billionaire? Ain't about the color. He orange anyway, so it ain't about the color. And it wasn't just white. It wasn't just Earl and Irma from the Everglades. It was a lot of you brothers, a lot of you Latin, a lot of you Asians, a lot of you East Indians, a lot of you Native Americans Crash this man website. What in the comment section? Nope. Because y'all wanted some information. Nope. Because y'all wanted to just encourage him and let him know we're supporting you. Nope. Y'all crashed this man website because y'all were so busy trying to get y'all hard-earned money. If them damn super chats don't look better today, this better be the best super chat. The highest amount of super chats we ever received were 50 super chats and maybe like 8 cash apps in one day. If them mother super chats and cash apps don't start showing their true colors, because I know what y'all can do with money. If y'all can't give your boy $2 a piece, if them damn super chats don't be hitting 50 on the regular, y'all ain't never crashed our YouTube channel. And it wasn't just females giving. Most of it was us men giving to Trump. A billionaire. Y'all need y'all asses whooped. Y'all need y'all asses whooped. I can't put it no other way. Y'all need the best kung fu artists that are living today to just come to your house, hire him to whoop your ass for giving to Donald Trump, a billionaire. And then tomorrow morning, you're going to be crying about your lights and crying about your gas prices and crying about you ain't get enough money in Social Security. Y'all bitching about you ain't got enough in Social Security. Do you think older people, all you older people that's watching this or will be watching this, do you think I'm stupid enough to think that everybody under 62 years old was the ones that donated? No, y'all old broke asses donated too. Some of y'all are 66 broke, 67, 71, 83, and you donated the last little trinkets. In the words of my man Saul T. Balls, you had the audacity to donate your coinage to a motherfucker. Let's say Trump ain't even a billionaire no more. Let's say he broke. I bet you he worth at least 200 million. So you gonna give all your hard-earned, I'm gonna ride this one out. Yes, I'm gonna talk about y'all asses. If y'all think I wasn't gonna talk about Americans for that stupid shit. If I was Trump, I'd be like, man, y'all put that money on my books. I'm going to jail. Fuck that. I need that money when I get out, baby. When I get out, I got you. I'm running for president again when I get out. Y'all could have put all that money on my books. Fuck that. Fuck that. Y'all done crashed this man website. I was like, what the fuck is broke Americans doing? You want to cry over your kids' Christmas gifts? In a couple of months, it's going to be time to get school clothes. You want to bitch about the prices for that? But then when an old white billionaire, Mr. Gilmore, and him good white folk, when Mr. Gilmore needs some help on his plantation, you ain't had no problem with going into your secret sock and looking for some change and some coinage. And I'm gonna give my whole secret sock to Mr. Gilmore, cause him good white folk. You stupid motherfuckers. Man, if you think I'm not in Colombia laughing at you motherfuckers, y'all didn't give to all them homeless people walking around the United States that could use a sandwich. You ain't gonna give a homeless person a child tomorrow morning. Some of y'all gonna drive past a homeless person in front of the dollar store, and y'all want to even give them $1 in front of the dollar store. But you motherfuckers crash a billionaire's website giving money to him. Y'all need your asses whooped. There is no other way to put it. Boy, if Canada had enough people, I'd send them over there to whoop your asses. Goodness gracious. Canadians, yes. Americans need their ass whooped. Could you do the job? There's not enough of us. Okay, next time. What the hell was y'all thinking? Well, I'm still gonna vote for a vote is one thing. Going broke is another thing. I only sent them $2 and you sent $2 and they sent $2 and so on and so on and so on. You motherfuckers, idiots. Y'all better not ever let me see low super chats and low cash apps. I mean that from the bottom of this is not jokes, because I know y'all ain't broke. Y'all gonna give it to a white dude that'll give less than a fuck about y'all. He ain't visiting now one of them people that's in jail right now for January 6th. Name one newspaper article that y'all read where Donald Trump went to visit any of them people he allegedly sent to the Capitol on January 6th, and they rotting in jail right now. Name the article that you read, the news headline that you saw where Donald Trump sent some money to any of them or visit them or sent them a thank you letter. Allegedly, thank you. Nobody. So all them people rotting in jail for a mother that don't give a damn about y'all, and all y'all gave y'all money and crashed his website because for a dude that don't give less than a fuck about y'all. And y'all wonder why I'm over here and many other passport bros off camera laughing our asses off about what's going back home in the States. You can vote for a person, but you ain't got to give your proceeds, your coinage. Shout out to Salty Balls. Yes, I'm gonna wear that term out, Salty. I'm sorry, bro. Make sure you guys subscribe to Salty and Machismo TV.
Welcome to Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Salty Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
Shout out to Saul, and I appreciate him, man, for that term, the coinage. Let's get back to the video. I had brothers. Y'all knew that was coming. Come on. Y'all knew Dre was coming with the hilarity when it came to y'all asses crashing that man's website like that. When I heard that shit, I was like, wait a minute. Is these the same Americans that be crying broke during the Biden administration? We broke. President Biden ain't shit. Jill ain't shit. The dog that's a German Shepherd that keep biting people, he ain't shit. Anybody support Biden ain't shit. Y'all just, and then y'all just take all y'all little proceeds, all your little, some of y'all took your weed money. Come on, you took your weed money. Fuck it. I don't need no more weed. I'm sending my money to Trump. Some of you dudes done took your drink money. You done took your drinkish. And you done sent it to Trump. Some of you dudes would have been down here for the Afro-Colombian Festival in Colombia, August 14th through the 19th. You would have been at the Black Manosphere Conclave in September from the 6th to the 8th in Houston. Fuck the conclave. And fuck the Afro-Colombian Festival. I'm sending my money to Trump. Oh, that's what you did. You coming down here to the festival with coinage? What's them coins that I had earlier? Here you go. You coming down to the festival with coinage in hand? In hand. You coming down with the coinage? You done sent Trump all your coinage, bruh. I told Salty Balls I'm gonna ride with that term, man. That one right there, yeah. Man, you need to be kicking your own ass. I don't need to be sending Canadians over there. You need to be kicking your own ass. You done talked your kids into breaking their piggy banks. Kids all over the United States breaking piggy banks open. But Father, why should we? Because we're about to give to former President Trump, girl. And you don't need to be saving your money like that. You need to be giving to the former president. But he's a billionaire, Father. And we won't be, but at least we're going to make sure that he remains a billionaire. For all you ignorant motherfuckers that bought them ugly ass shoes, I ain't get a chance to talk about you dudes with them ugly ass shoes that he had. It's some of y'all right now, and it ain't just white folk, walking around the United States think you John Travolta just walking through the United States. I know you hate the way I walk and the way I talk. I'm a ladies' man. You don't give a fuck about me. Don't give a fuck about you. Here's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Yeah, y'all just walking through that motherfucker like you John Travolta and them ugly ass gold, red, white, and blue. Gold and red, white, and blue ain't never been an ensemble ever. The only person that could pull that shit off was Don King. And now you walking around talking about I got them Trumps, nigga. I got them Trumps. And if y'all want to sit back and got me thinking that it was Earl in Oklahoma, Earl and Wilbur in Oklahoma were the only ones that bought Trump shoes, shh. Some of you Negroes in New York and Detroit walk around with them ugly ass shoes on your feet right now. Looking like you ready to make a wish. Looking like King Midas at the feet. Oh, y'all didn't think these jokes was coming? Oh, these jokes are coming. You better sit back tonight. Some of y'all, we got 99 people in the building. We had like 121. As soon as I start telling dudes about giving up their money to a damn billionaire, them numbers dropped. Oh, y'all don't think I'll be noticing that shit over the years? When I hit a certain topic, the sensitive motherfuckers leave. Fuck you, Drake. Trump is my dude. I don't give a fuck. Dude, vote for Trump. I ain't got no problem with voting for Trump. Do it. Dude, when I vote, I'm voting for both of them motherfuckers, okay? I'm going to vote for Trump, Biden, and then I'm going to write in Bernie Sanders, okay? That's what I'm putting there. Trump, Biden, and then I'm putting in my right in going to be Bernie Sanders. The number one write-in in the United States anyway, that little blank area where you can write in somebody to be president. Did you know the number one write-in in the United States for president for years? Mickey Mouse. According to Americans, Mickey Mouse should have been president at least in the last 5 to 10 elections. Mickey Mouse is the number one write-in that people put in when it comes to who they would rather have president. Goddamn cartoon. Back to the video. Oh, let me get to the super chats. Oh, y'all didn't think these jokes was coming? Y'all didn't think this hilarity was coming? Thomas, he said, Thomas said, let me get Thomas in here real quick. Thomas said, folks riding down the street blasting Nipsey and YG cuts. Fuck DJ T. You see what I'm saying? Only in America, bruh. Only in America. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They screw Sanders. Man, we should have been had Sanders, man. That's who I was riding with for real. To this day, Senator Sanders, man, please. Shout out to Ali. He says, tell women that the election don't matter. That's not true. You know who's gonna show up to them? I'm telling you something. Us men, especially black men, I'm gonna say this before I go to the super chats in the comments. Us men don't got to worry about voting. Our vote don't mean a damn thing no more because we wishy-washy when it comes to votes. I'll say this again. Men, we are, when it comes to business, when it comes to take care of our families, when it comes to accomplishing goals, being a man about ourselves, we focused in a motherfucker. But two areas of life that men have always been wishy-washy in the United States. Taking our asses to get a checkup for our health and taking our asses to the polls. Men are women, they taking their ass to the polls. Black, why you think that black women get away with all the shit that they want to and all the laws and women are getting all their rights? Because they're the only ones that's showing up at the ballot boxes. They study who's this senator and that senator, who's going to be the city judges that they're voting on, who's going to be the consular, who's going to be the treasurer. They study who the person is. We don't even go. We don't even vote. It don't matter what color you are on this one. On this one, it don't matter if you're black or white. Women outrank us when it comes to taking care of your health and getting your happy ass to that voting poll. That is a fact in the United States. Yes, Mom. For me, control my voice so it doesn't hurt. Yes, Thomas. Yes, I'm saying yes, Thomas, like I'm talking to Andrea. Yes, Thomas. Thomas says, vote, damn it. He said folks nearly bled for that's, you know what, Thomas? That's why I still vote. Whether I agree with the candidates or not, I still vote because so many people died for me to have the ability to vote. I don't have to do like they did in the 40s and 50s when they had the right to vote if they could tell how many peanuts are in this jar, then we'll let you vote. Or the most famous one was white men, not white women. You would go up as a black person, you would go up to vote, and they say, wait a minute. Not, Bernice, hold on for a minute. We're going to let you vote, but you got to let us know this. And remember this one. And some of you guys know about this one. Tell us how many suds are in a bar of soap. You can look this one up. Black people were rejected from voting if they could not tell you how many suds are in a bar of soap. Google it. And that was across the country. That was across the country. Emmanuel said, shit. He said, that's because voting was the only option that they had. True. He said, if there was an option to get on the ship and leave, we would have been, nope. That last line, you got me, Emmanuel. Nope. We're going to listen to Angry Man and to all the other guys that are still in the States talk about this. The reason why Marcus Garvey could have never pulled off what he wanted to pull off, Black America. It was not white America that stopped Marcus Garvey from doing what he needed to do to get as many black people to go back home to Africa or the Caribbeans as possible. No. Can I say something, guys, to you guys before we go to the Marcus Garvey thing? You do know, if you do your homework, the civil rights movement was a group of small groups of people. See, we think that the civil rights movement was the Million Man March or the March on Washington, and we saw 1 million people. So we're like, oh man, it's 1 million people. No. SNCC were a small group of black college students getting beat up every time they went up into a restaurant. The Montgomery bus boycott, small group of people that could fit in the church that were boycotting against the buses. The Black Panthers, small group of individuals in Chicago and in Oakland, shout out to Oakland, or the Yay area. There were a small group that did things in the community. I think that's one of the things that we don't give the movement credit for. All of our civil rights movement, all our equal rights movements, is that it was with small groups. The passport bro movement is not going to be all you passport bros, expats, ex-military, enlightened men, all you guys that are taking advantage of passports on a global basis. Guess what? It will be just like the civil rights movement was made up of small groups, very small groups. In Alabama, the freedom riders on the buses, that's a small group. And there was blacks and whites on there. Small groups that was getting their ass kicked every time they went to a city and got off the bus, and it was blacks and whites on the bus together. And I mean getting their ass kicked. I remember one white dude, he said, I got off the bus first. He said, when we got to, I think we said in Carolina, he said, I knew what would happen if a black person got off the bus first. He said, and I knew what would happen if I got off the bus first. So I got off the bus first. He said, and I knew my ass whooping would be far worse than what a black person would get. He said, while they was whooping my ass, all the black people were able to get off the bus because I was willing to take that ass whooping. And he landed in the hospital. But he knew if a black person got off that bus, it'd just be a regular ass whooping. He said, but if they saw a white dude with all these black people, he said, I knew that everybody would whoop my ass and leave all the black people alone. He said, and I took that ass whooping so everybody, all my friends could get off the bus in that particular city. And they were riding Greyhound buses from city to city up the eastern coast. Our equal rights movements have always been small pockets of our community. Most niggas was niggish, okay? Most ninjas was ninjas. They was too scared to do something, whether they was making good money or they were making very little money. They didn't want to lose the little money they was making, or they're making good money and they didn't want to lose making good money. Most of our movements were by people that weren't balling like that. Now, did we have sports figures involved? Yes. But that was after a while. And so it is. Yep, the slave revolts. Good point. Yep. Harlem Renaissance. Yep, absolutely correct. All of our movements have always been by small pockets, i.e., the Passport Bro movement. Tonight's episode is dedicated to do not ask anybody to be a passport bro. We have never asked anybody to be a passport bro. We do not encourage. I've never seen a passport bro video from any of us saying, get your passports and follow up. Even with Austin Holloman, when he said, get your passports, he would say, get your passports. It's just that bad. But he never said, get your passports because America is. He was talking about the dating segment or sector. Now, one time did Austin ever say that we know of, leave America because of America? Never. None of us have ever said that. I think one of the things that people that are still in the United States cannot believe that a person can still love America and not live in America. I'm going to say that again, and I might write that quote down again for myself. There are people in the United States, as we continue on with this video with our brother, that cannot fathom the thought. Because remember I said America trains us to only love one country at a time. That's why you guys sit back and you think Kings and Dreams could only love America and not love Brazil and Colombia and France and Thailand and the Philippines and Antarctica at the same time. As Americans, we are programmed to train. We're trained. You can only love or appreciate or enjoy one country. How dare you say, I like France too. I like Madagascar. Shoot, I like South Africa. I like because they speak Spanish. Let me get it right, because I just saw them too. I got the last part. New Guinea, Dominica, New Guinea. It's the only African. It's the only African country that speaks Spanish. Dominican New Guinea. No, I'm going to see. Okay. Equa New Guinea. Oh, not Popeye. Is Guinea is the last word. Equa New Guinea. Equa New Guinea. It's the only African country. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Larry Perry. I appreciate you, brother. Equatorial New Guinea is the only African with nothing but African brothers and sisters, but yet at one point in time they were colonized by Spain, and they're the only African continent that actually speaks fluent Spanish as well as other dialects. And you can love and enjoy that country. And people in Canada or Australia, New Zealand, UK, they can't fathom the thought of a person daring to appreciate and enjoy outside of visiting, taking a few pictures, but actually living for months or even a couple of years in a country and moving to the next country. They don't know how. You mean that you could take one of these and move to just several countries? Their brain, my brain, was not programmed to think about being able to go to several countries. I couldn't fathom the thought of going to Colombia and then going to enjoy Brazil and then hit Peru and then going to South Africa and then Ghana. I couldn't fathom that. America, Canada, UK, Australia, parts of Europe, westernized countries program you to think you can only enjoy one country at a time. That's why when you guys sit back and say in the comment section, like I said this earlier, when you guys make the mistake in the comment section and say, Andre loves Colombia, he must think he Colombian. Dude, I'm 100% American. I hold no allegiance to any country. I've said this several times. I don't know why y'all don't want to listen. I hold no allegiance to the country. In the words of Chuck D, I am an earthling. Ask me what my nationality is. I am American earthling. America is my original country in which I was born in. But the other part of my nationality with this blue book, I'm an earthling. There are very few places on this earth I can't get to. I could give less than a damn about one country at a time. Don't y'all ever make the mistake of thinking that I love Colombia more than I love France, more than I love Portugal, more than I love Brazil, more than I love all 54 continents of Africa, more than I love the United States. I love the earth and the people of the earth, the beautiful things of the earth, the foods of the earth, the commerce and economic opportunities on this earth, the foods that help me stay alive and make me in the exercises and the masculinity that I learned from different men around this earth. Wish the fuck I would depend on masculinity from the United States only. I wish I would depend on the version of masculinity that's walking around the United States, wandering around the United States. I wish to no. My African brothers have something to teach me about masculinity. My brothers in South America have something to teach me about masculinity. My Asian brothers have something to teach me about masculinity. And also all the way up in Mongolia and in Ukraine and Russia, and as well as all the way in France, they have something to teach me about masculinity just as much as my brothers and sisters back home in the United States. I mean, my brothers back home in the United States have to teach me about being a real man. True. But the little bit that we can enjoy, we enjoy it. No, I know according to the scriptures, and some guys may sit back and say, well, yeah, no, professor just reaching. But according to the Bible, when the devil came to Jesus and tempted him after 40 days of fasting, what was one of the things that he offered Jesus? I will give you all the kingdoms of the world. How can this Satan offer Jesus something that he didn't have? Me and Professor just saying. That's what Satan said. I'll offer you all the kingdoms of the world as long as you bow down to me. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. That's me for real. I say I'm an American mutt. I got a lot of stuff blamed off me. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I'm involved in some of everything. I'm sorry, folks. I enjoy this country, that country. Our country 'tis of thee, as well as other countries. I won't even lie. That's a good one. That's a good one. Shout out to you, sister, for being here. Hope that's a sister. Let me see if I can pronounce the name. Jade. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Or Jade. But shout out to you. That was nice. I like that one because that's me. Y'all dudes are trying to accuse me. Andre, you love Colombia. Bruh, y'all just be thinking because I've been here for 5-6 years that I'm in love. No, bruh. Your passport allows you to see so much of the world that you bruh, if you guys go to Sweden and see some of these snow-capped mountains and you go to other locations, you get a chance to see the aurora lights that are coming from the sun. We're talking about the sun. I'm talking about not the sun where you get a tan and you feel good about yourself. I'm talking about the sun where it's like way out there, and because of the radiation that coming, it's showing these green lights across, not only across Alaska, but all across Europe, Northern Europe. And you get a chance to enjoy that because of this. Because of your passport. We sit back and we like, hey, I'm about to get me Italian pizza this October. You enjoy your pizza in Italy and you can take a train to Germany for Oktoberfest. And you ain't just got to watch white people on TV because they sell it to you like only white people go to Oktoberfest. Now you are in Germany with a big ass pitcher of beer in October because of this. And you think I'm going to hold allegiance to one country? Man, y'all got me effed all the way up. I can ride the trains in the Dominican Republic. Oh, y'all ain't never rode the subway in DR? In Santo Domingo? Y'all ain't never rode the subway. So y'all too busy going up north to Sosua. You ain't been to the capital, Santo Domingo, and rode the only subway system in the Caribbeans. Since I've been here in Colombia, I've been to 3 volcanoes, 22 waterfalls. And I don't mean, hey, there's a waterfall. I mean, I'm in the water as it's coming down the side of a mountain, and your boy is in the waters. I'm not swimming in the waters. The water is cascading down hard as hell on your boy. We're talking about a dude that was in prison for 10 years. East Side Detroit, Chicago, Indiana. Shout out to you boys from driving up and down I-65 in Indianapolis. We're talking about Stockridge in Atlanta area. Shout out to the Waffle House, the capital of the Waffle House. We talk about Tampa, Orlando, boy. We talking about San Francisco and Oakland, yay area, boy. Yeah, I was out there too. And I'm under a waterfall, a giant what, bruh? Because it is. And you think I'm supposed to hold allegiance to one country? Y'all mine. Y'all no. Shout out to one bro Fester in the building. He said, fun fact, Ford motorboat railroad tracks to port. I didn't know that. Ford Motors brought the railroad tracks on Puerto Rico and Panama. I did not know that. They're two of my favorite cities too. Favorite locations. Replay crew. Oh, 313.
You better back the fuck
Detroit
up out
boys
my
at
face,
it.
goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with them Detroit boys. You know how we act. You know how we are. Shout out to you. Shout out to all you guys. Let me get to the super chats. We'll get back to the video with Angry Man. We're going to ride that video for quite a while. Naaman is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said natural oil fragrances aren't meant to last long like Creed. Like Creed uses. That's true too, brother. That's a good point. Because the ones and what he's talking about are the colognes, like, okay. We got the Creed, right? We got the Creed. Aventus. The oils in here, the reason why they don't, you can't smell them after 4 hours or 5 hours, because he's right. The natural oils that are in here are made to enjoy within that moment, and then you just kind of like right now. Like right now. Behind the ear. Right here. Right here. Never ever. You see that in the movies? That's movies. Do not do that. Don't rub it in. That all three layers, like right now, there's an Aventus scent. I wait 15 minutes later to 30 minutes later, it's going to be a completely different scent. So you got the mid, and then you got then an hour later, your base. There are other scents that'll come out. They're made to do that. Colognes are made to give you 3 levels. So this, within 2 hours, or at least I say 4 hours, I wouldn't be able to smell any of the Creed. But he's right. The natural oils don't last as long, but you pay for them because they're natural. He's right. He's right. Shout out to Creed. We got the Creed Aventus and one of my favorite, the Creed Himalaya. Some of you guys haven't seen the Himalaya yet. The Creed Himalaya. So, oh man, I should have put this one on. The Creed Himalaya. Shout out to you guys. But yeah, man. Shout out to Will the Thrill. Let me go back to the comment section, by the way, come to think of it. I mean, oh, here we go. Here we go. I guess I am in the area. There we go. The Real Thrill. Will says, he said it's actually turned around under Obama. I can believe that. He said, but the Trump administration took credit. Yes, talking about the economy. You know what, Will? Other than myself, you're the first person I ever heard say that. I was too young to know that the economy was going to change from the Carter administration in the middle of the 8-year administration of Reagan. And so now white people look at I'm sorry, white people, but y'all look at Reagan like he was the man. That was going to happen anyway in 8 years. And I thought I was the only one that noticed all the hard work during the Obama administrations with the economy. It was going to shift, but not during the Obama. I knew that Obama would never see that shift during his economy, not because of anything happened between him and the Republicans. I knew that, but the market was ready to make a shift anyway, whether it was Obama or anybody else was president. And so when Trump came in, it was one of those, look what I did. And I'm like, that was going to happen anyway. If Obama was able to get another term, which he wasn't, of course, we'd still be praising Obama to this day for what happened during the Trump administration. It was going to happen. The market was on its way up anyway at the end of the Obama administration. So at the beginning of the Trump administration, we thought Trump was the man. No. It wasn't Obama, it was even the man. It was just the market was on its way up anyway. Shout out to my man Charles in the building. Charles Harvey says this. He said, don't forget his lawyer went to went to jail on some of the charges. Oh, and his Justice Department prosecuted him and prosecuted him. In short, he jailed his lawyer. Yes, he did, for the same crime. I didn't remember that. That's a good point. Make it make sense. I didn't remember that, but you're absolutely correct. His same attorney that literally was on the stand testifying against him, that literally had did time for him, went to jail basically for the same thing, and Trump didn't even look out for him. My man Jamar said, Luxembourg GDP blows our GDP out of the water per citizen. And that's my point. Americans, we have been taught to look at America as a macrocosm. Look at us, America, us, the whole. We're doing, our military is the best. Our whose dollar is stronger than our dollar? And there's nothing wrong with that. But the only problem is you don't live your day-to-day life on a macro level as an American, do you? You live it on a micro level as an average American citizen, like I did and I do. I am a micro American. I'm not a macro, look at all of us. No. There's part of our country that's doing great, and there's other parts of our country that's struggling. There are over 600 cities. I give you this one. Here's a good stat. Did you know there are over 600 cities in the United States that don't even have a bank? I'm not just talking about some small towns. Look it up, gentlemen. You know I always like receipts. There are over 600 cities in the United States that don't even have a bank. I'm not talking about like the Wild Wild West, some weed city in Texas in the middle of nowhere. No. It will amaze you where some of these cities are located that don't even have a bank, and people have to travel outside their city to get to a bank in the United States. Y'all always putting down the United States. See, this is the problem. When people make something or expose something, American citizens have been programmed to think you're putting us down. It's exposure, people. That house across the street is on fire. Am I exposing the fact that it's on fire, or am I putting the house on fire, or am I putting down the fact that the house is on fire? I'll say this again. That house is across the street. It's on fire. Help, we need firemen. No, we are not getting any firemen because you are just putting those people down whose house is on fire. Or am I just exposing the fact that the house across the street is on fire? But as Americans, we've been trained to be ultra defensive. That propaganda is a beast. Hope to see you all. He said, hope to see all you gentlemen at the conclave. I know I will be there. I hope to see you guys there at the conclave, Black Manosphere Conclave. And I'm telling you guys, be there. We're going to have Dennis Sperling there. I just want to hang out with Dennis for a minute or hear what Dennis has to say from the legal side. You know me, I want to hear stats. I want to hear some information on statistically from that perspective. So we got Dennis coming through. We got Zoom to Thailand with his animated energy. You got me coming through. I'm going to talk about you so bad while I'm on stage. No, I'm going to have some fun. I'm sharing information while I'm on stage. And you got other guys that are there. Obsidian, Shannon. You got several guys that are there. What they're doing is trying to help guys that are at the fork of the road of the decisions of whether you're in the States, how to be successful. If you plan on leaving the States, how to be successful. So if you're going to be in the States, the Black Man's Conclave, the Black Manosphere Conclave is for you. If you plan on leaving the States, the Black Manosphere Conclave is for you. This is the 4th edition. Guys, it's the only one of its kind. Saturday is Be Clean Saturday. So if you got a button-down shirt or a suit, bring that on Saturday in honor of Kevin Samuels. September 6th through the 8th in Houston, Texas. Big booties. After the party is the after party. Okay. If you don't go.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Yes, sir. My brother's right. Shout out to you for being here. Shout out to you for being here. We got 78 in the building. Hey. Hey. Hey, I told y'all those numbers were going to go down, didn't I? If I was talking about female fuckery tonight, I would have like 180, 200, 210 people on the live stream, wouldn't I? Yeah, I've seen it before. I think the most that we've had was 600 people when I did the interview on Saturday afternoon with Anton Daniels. We had 600 people. We got 78 people, and I appreciate you guys. I already knew if you're talking about Trump, and if you are talking about passport bros, yeah, I'm out. And especially if you tell them Americans about America. Okay, we're about to have some fun real quick. We're going to let Angry Man ride. We're going to ride this out. And I mean, sincerely, shout out to you guys for the super chats and the cash apps. I'm going to check on the cash apps. I appreciate you gentlemen for being here. You ladies for being here. I really do. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Why am I talking about this topic tonight? And I mean this. Before we go back into the video. The reason why we're talking about the Trump case is to let you guys know who are in the fork of the road or whether you want to relocate to another country or you don't. Trump's case has nothing to do with what you want to do. I'm a personal example of Trump's presidency had nothing to do with the fact that I want to improve my life. Somebody asked me today. Somebody was in our we got a WhatsApp group, right? It's like 150 of us. And in the WhatsApp group, the topic was, well, men who get incarcerated, the government or stateside or life or businesses hold you back. I said 85%, this statistically, 85% of all individuals that have been incarcerated at one point in time will go back to jail. Once I found out about that, guess what I focused on? I want to say this again. 85% of all people have been to a juvenile center, a military prison, state prison, federal prison, or once again, juvenile center. You have an 85% chance of going back at one point in time in your life or another. Guess what I focused on? I focused on what is that 15% doing right? I want to be one of them. You see how I did that? You're going to come to a point in your life as a passport bro or passport sis where you're at the fork in the road. And most people are going to stay. They're not moving out of Philadelphia. Philadelphia is going to still be full of Philadelphians. New York is still going to be full of New Yorkers. Florida will still be filled with Floridians and so forth. But for those of you who are at the fork in the road, you're thinking to yourself, you know, the kids are getting older, and I'm divorced now. I just need a place of peace. I got my military pension. I got my life insurance. If anything ever happens to me, I got a little something to leave the kids. Or I'm a young person, and I realize even as a young person, I don't own much, but I'm taking my IT classes with Theo and International Passport, and I'm learning how to get all these certifications to become better with IT. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go with this. Do I want to stay in the States or do I leave? That's what this channel is for. Our channel is here for all you fork in the road dudes. All you dudes that want to stay in the States, stay in the States. All you dudes have already left. You know we're not talking to you because you've already moved on. But for all you fork in the road guys and ladies, we're here for you. We're here to help you make your decision. So if you decide to stay in the States, at least you knew all the information. If you decide to leave, at least you knew all the information. Let's let Angry Man cook.
Shout out to Justin. He said that movie Civil War is not far-fetched. I still haven't checked it out. I need to check that movie out. There's no country I would rather live in than this country. Because again, look, RP20X said bad argument. Oh, really? Explain to me how that's a bad argument. I'll wait. Explain to me how that's a bad argument. Matter of fact, if you like, I will drop the link. And you can come up here and tell me how it's a bad argument. You want me to drop the link for you? You want me to drop the link for you so you can come up here and get cooked? Okay. Hold on, let me get the link for you. And I'm going to tell you something. I have never seen an era of losers that I've seen today. Let me give you an example. There are people that go on TikTok and they have these ridiculous viewpoints. Oftentimes their viewpoints are really prejudiced and bigoted, sometimes even racist, right? So I might go in the comment section and I might put STFU, which stands for shut the fuck up, right? But it's just the letters, STFU. You know what everybody does when I do that on TikTok? Do you think they block me? Mm-mm. Do you think they just delete the comment and keep moving? Mm-mm. Do you think they look at the comment, say, he didn't know what he's talking about, and just go on about their business? No. They report it for bullying. In every instance. And I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about men and women. That's how sensitive the world is now. That's how much we have a world of losers. You're so much of a loser that you can't even handle it when somebody doesn't like what you're saying and they tell you to shut up. And you know what's crazy about it? It can be a video where somebody is saying the most salacious, ridiculous thing on the planet. And guess what? Me telling them to shut up will get horrible. She performed horribly, right? I've seen countless people get up there and say, you see, that's the age we're in now. We are in the age of losers. So guess what? If you're a winner, people are going to hate you.
True.
Trump is a winner. Let's be honest, with everything that's going on, with all of these cases he's had to fight, he has won more than he's lost. Shout out to Yvette. Can you drop the link again? He on standby.
Now, now, the gentleman that he's going to be conversing with is a gentleman, American, that has decided after a few travels that he wants to relocate to another country. Angry Man is going to come from the perspective of the average American. So now we have a conversation between an American, and then other Americans are going to come on the panel and give their commentary. So let's continue on.
Question was like, is America the best place to educate because you got your platform?
I don't think that you're educated. Now,
that's cool. You can think what you want to think. You don't know me.
With that being said, doesn't mean I think you're stupid. So don't take it as an insult.
It is what it is, brother.
Okay, like this conversation is becoming ridiculous because every single time I say something to you, it's like you're being combative for the sake of being combative. I'm saying to you, bro,
the crazy part is you doing the same shit.
No,
that's the loudest part.
I'm actually not.
You can sit here and act like you ain't, but everybody's watching this, bro. There's people in here to see it. Could I interject real quick? Just please do.
Go ahead, bro.
So the question was like, is America the best place to live? Is that what you were implying?
Yeah,
that's subjective, but yeah, yep. Right, so
let's pause for a split second. The question was, is America the best place? Their initial question was, is America the best place for a person to live? The person initially that we heard from was the guy that was the expat, the guy that traveled, the guy with the passport. Angry Man, the American, calm, never raised his voice, act like he got some sense in his head, like our mothers used to say. The guy with the passport, loud, sporadic. It really didn't make any points. What am I saying? And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Fellas, ladies, stop trying to convince others why you use your passport and why they should use their passports. They can't see it. How are you going to argue with Stevie Wonder about how red a rose is? How are you going to continue to argue with Ray Charles on how blue the sky is. Do not, and I mean this, all you individuals that are going to watch this after the live stream, never, ever get into arguments with your fellow Americans about why they should leave Mr. Gilmore's plantation or why you left Mr. Gilmore's plantation. They do not understand it. They can't fathom the thought. They think about, guys, remember how you thought before your passport. Before you saw a YouTube video of your favorite YouTuber in that country. Think about how you thought about America, all you ex-military brothers. I know you were 18, 19, 17 but when you enlisted, but think about how you thought about America prior to enlisting, and then you landed in Germany, Taiwan, Philippines. And all of what you thought about the world was washed away to this day. Do not, I've been saying this for years, argue with your fellow Americans who decide that they want to live in America. And I'm going to give you the 5. I said this earlier. It's going to be 5 reasons why we need their asses to stay. Yes, I need Angry Man to stay right where he is. I need Anton Daniels to stay right where he is. I need Donald Trump, Joe Biden. I need them to stay right where they are. Every famous actor, every inventor, every creator, every hip-hop artist. I need Method Man. I need Red Man. I need all the individuals that will come, and all the individuals that are still alive, and everyday people, and all the individuals that own businesses to stay in the United States for at least, I know there's more, but at least 5 reasons. First thing, I need them to stay in the United States. Stay there. Stay on your job. As long as you have jobs, you get money. As long as you get money, you keep the U.S. dollar strong. If the U.S. dollar is strong, I can spend the U.S. dollar the way that I want to. And so can you. I don't need all they black asses following us. White boys, y'all smart enough because I've watched y'all. Y'all don't need all y'all white brothers and sisters to follow y'all, do y'all? Nope. I know what you do. All you Asian brothers that's using your passport. Do you need all the Asian dudes to leave the United States? Oh, no, you don't. I know. I've been watching you. Well, all you East Indian dudes. Y'all need everybody from the United States that's Indian, that's East Indian, to use their, oh, you don't? Neither do I. We need them to stay in the United States to keep that dollar strong than a month. Yes. Yes. Let me make sure that I'm not. Okay, I'm good. Just trying to make sure that I'm still good. Yes. Don't you ever try to make it, even if they make you feel bad and they don't understand your opinion when it comes to relocating to another country. Oh, I didn't know I was freezing like that. Thank you for letting me know, guys. Nobody said anything. I'm going to switch the route. I might freeze for a split second. Wait a minute. I wasn't supposed to be on that. Let me go back. I'm going to switch the router, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to freeze for a split second. There we go. Let me switch it over. So I'm going to freeze for a split second. Let's, yeah, it's going to take a moment for it to get better. Oh, that looks trashy. It's going to take a few seconds for it to get better. Back to it keeps my router keeps switching back to the other router. Want to freeze once again, guys. Let's see. Let's see how that looks. Okay, I'm freezing. Like I said, I'm freezing for a split second, guys. Okay, slowly but surely it's getting better. Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you very much for your patience. It's not perfecto, but usually it takes about good 2 or 3 minutes for it to get perfect. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you guys for being patient with your boy. And if you see me freezing, let me know. Or if it looks kind of odd, let me know. He said, which is why I troll my kids. None of that pansy crap. Absolutely correct, brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. He said, ain't that the truth? Yes, do not argue. Put down, even if they are embarrassing to you, they're using sign language. Remember I said that? They will use sign language against those of us that have our passports. They will try to shame us, especially those of us of color. They will try to shame you ladies for using your passports and building a new life. I mean that. There are men and women that will shame you for being a woman, for going to another country and living your life. They will try to insult you. They'll try to guilt you. So you live in the black community. As if there's no other black people in the world. If you're not around black Americans, then you ain't around black at all. They will try to guilt you into believing that mess. Then lastly, the need to be right. They'll ask you questions just so they can ask you questions. You might want to write that down. They'll ask you questions just so they can ask you questions. If you ever watch Americans interview Austin Holloman, what do? They ask Austin a question just so when he gives the answer, they can go, but what about? Well, how about? So what you're saying is they'll ask Austin questions, not for the answer, not for the results, not for the aha moment. They'll ask Austin and you questions just so they can ask you questions. You've got to come to peace. Since you living in these other countries and these countries give you peace, you have to come to peace with the fact you don't owe an answer, not one answer to people in the United States, not one damn answer. Nobody. I've left live streams in the middle of other people's live streams, not being rude. I'll just pretend like I was answering something. Yes, you're absolutely correct. And if I were to, and I would purposely click myself out as if my Wi-Fi went out. Oh, his Wi-Fi must have went out. No, it didn't. I clicked myself out. I didn't want to be rude, so I'll blame it on my Wi-Fi. You don't owe anybody anything. This is your one chance of a billion trillion to be on this planet, the one planet that was able to hold life, and you want to waste your mother time trying to explain to people about the fact that you love countries and not just love a country. You would rather spend 3-4 hours arguing back and forth with our brother Angry Man and other Americans about why you as an American love America but love travel. They can't fathom that. They're our brains. The propaganda that we received was not set up to understand the fact that you guys travel to Italy and then the UAE and then Qatar. How do you do what that y'all some dusties? Boo, how am I dusty? And I traveled to 5 countries in 5 months. You see how they do, y'all? They will call us dusties, seeing that we actually spent $3,000 on a plane ticket to get to a particular country, and they will still, y'all dusty and broke. Shout out to Chaos in the building. Make sure you guys check out Chaos Ring after this live stream. Let's get back to the facts. Let's see what Angry Man is saying.
So here's my take, right? Because I've been, about the end of the year, I would have been to like 3 continents and like over 10 countries. I think America is going the way of the Roman Empire.
It is.
And I just believe if you're an American, the best thing you should do is try to get at least one more extra passport just in case, shit hits the fan.
Thank you.
I've been telling guys far and wide, like I'm trying to get my Portuguese citizenship, right? Because if you speak proficient Portuguese and you have like $10,000 saved, and if you spend like 6 years in Portugal, 6 months out of the year in Portugal, you can get your what's called the golden visa, which is like the D7 visa. I've been trying to
that's real, brother. Yeah. Listen. The statement that I made is about the country as it stands, not shit hitting the fan. If shit hits the fan, then yeah, niggas is gonna have to leave the country. That's what motherfuckers would hopefully want to avoid, is shit hitting the fucking fan.
I think we already reached that point. We reached the point of no.
Everybody doesn't agree with that though, bro.
But why would you stand there and watch the building burn?
Because you niggas want the building to fucking burn because your ass ain't doing shit. That's the reason why you want the motherfucker to burn.
Who's you niggas?
I just believe I was just telling.
I'm talking to you, nigga.
I was just telling one of my relatives. You thought January 6th is bad. If they don't allow Trump to be even able to be a candidate, these white dudes gonna raise some hell.
Yo, check this out. Here's my thing, bro. My thing is this: the willingness. If you know the history of this country, and I'm talking about before America, if you know the history of this country,
Turtle Island,
before America, and then going into America, knowing that your forebears bled to build this country for free, in addition to fighting it.
That was my fault, fellas. Yes, it was my fault. Let me bring the video back up.
I'm going to vote for Trump either way.
It wouldn't be what you think it would be. And the thing with me is, you niggas are constantly praying for the downfall of America, and it's ridiculous.
I'm just
Jesus Christ. The downfall of America. I would stay here if that was really. I would stay in America if shit wasn't going the way it was going. I'm not praying for anything. I know where my ancestors is from, and they're not from Africa.
Sun Tzu always said, live to fight another day.
You see that shaming tactic that Angry Man just used? Or that guilt factor? you brothers are always praying for the downfall of the United States. Have you ever seen a video by any expat YouTuber that says that we are praying for, waiting for, hoping for any of those things that he just mentioned? Any of us. I mean, from nomad capitalists, which is the whitest of the white dudes, all the way to all the other passport bros. I think one of the problems with the passport bro movement is that we haven't enforced the narrative enough. We don't focus our energies on the downfall of a country. If it was up to us, every country would be a utopia. You could decide to be on any country and every country would be a utopia. We don't pray for the downfall of any country, any culture, any economy. That's not us. In the United States, we are raised to want the downfall of China, of Palestine, of Russia, of parts of Africa. We're programmed to want to the demise, allegedly, of other cultures. But as passport bros, naturally, as much as we travel, we want every country to be utopia. Man, listen, if it was up to passport bros and passport sisters, there would be cities in Antarctica and the Arctic where you can visit and have a ball. Enjoy yourself. They playing Michael Jackson's music and everybody else's music. You just having a good time in the Arctic if it was up to us passport travelers. But since it's not up to us, we do not waste our energy on the downfall of another country. And if you do, ISCO or ESCO, focus on the downfall of another country, is because 9 times out of 10 you haven't been to that country, or you don't realize what the passport bro, blue book gentleman movement is all about. We don't waste our time praying and fasting for the demise of any country. Why? I'll tell you why. You ready? Here we go. Quick sip. Here we go. Y'all ready? I'm about to hurt your feelings. The reason why we as passport bros don't pray for the demise of most of the countries that we go to. Like we haven't been, I'm not praying for the demise of certain countries that we don't go to. I'm not praying for that. The reason why we don't pray for the demise of any country, because you never know if that country is the place of peace for one of your fellow passport bros or passport sisters. So while you sit back, oh, come on, here we go, and you pray for the demise of China, there are some passport bros and passport sisters that's their place of peace. It might not be your place of peace. Got you. It might not be my place of peace. Got you. But in this amoeba known as the passport bro movement that splits and moves and grows, and then it splits again and moves and grows, you don't know what brother that went through some mental bullshit while they was in the States and moved to China and have a peaceful mindset and met their Chinese wife, got Chinese kids, and was able to do all the things psychologically they were able to accomplish outside of the bullshit that they went through when they was in the States. I will never sit back and pray for the demise of another country because it's not my place of peace. It's not my place of joy, of comfort or understanding. It's not my place to understand, but I would never pray for the demise of a location where I got a brother or a sister that's a passport bro or a passport sis or a passport king, and they are living their best psychological lives for the rest of their lives in that location. We are passport bros and sisters. It's not our job to let politics sprinkle into what we do. See, as an American, my American side, yes. My American red, white, and blue side says, yes, I'm American, fuck China. My American red, white, and blue says, yes, fuck Japan, fuck Russia, and fuck all the rest of them. Yes. That's my American side. My red, white, and blue side says that. My blue book side says, I am not going to pray for the demise of any country, because I know it's a brother that will go to a small country, Equatorial New Guinea, in Africa, and enjoy a life that he's never had before. Tanzania. You got brothers like, some of you dudes will sit back at one point in time when there was war going on in Poland. I wish Poland would be destroyed. Do you? Not realizing 70, 80, 90 years later, there would be a brother named O'Shea Duke Jackson who moved from Oakland, California to get his medical degree as an MD in Poland. After he became an MD, he moved to several parts of Africa, and right now in Uganda doing some amazing things and hiring black people in Uganda. But your ass wish Poland was gone. I wish no evil on any country, including our country, 'tis of thee. You never know which one of these countries God is going to use for us passport bros. So who the fuck are you to sit back and say, I don't fuck with China? You ain't called to fuck with China. That's not your calling. Who asked you to fuck with China? God didn't, your family didn't, your friends didn't, your homeboys didn't, your ex-girlfriends didn't, ex-wife didn't. You ain't called to fuck with China, but there's a passport bro that's out there that God called. Here, I need you to go fuck with China real quick. I'm gonna bless your life. I know your ex-wife did you wrong in the States. She took half your shit, you're broke, and you barely can keep up on child support. Now you're done with all that. Your kids will turn 18, 19, 20, 24, 25. Now here's what I'm going to do for you. Go on to China. Go on to Japan. Go on, take your ass to Tanzania. If you don't skedaddle and get to the Philippines. I know people criticize Colombia. Go on, get on down to Colombia. Peru is waiting for you. Brazil is just as real. And you take your butt down to places where you never thought, because you were programmed to think that that ain't it. And all of a sudden, one of your passport bros, their lives change, like O'Shea Duke Jackson in Poland. I ain't gonna never sit back and hate on a country, because I don't get the blessing from the country. That ain't my place to sit back and complain about that country because another brother, one of my passport brothers or sisters, I don't like Portugal. Well, damn it, it's a lot of black folks leaving the United States going to Portugal. And you might not understand Portugal, but they do. So it's the original places of modern day slavery. It might be, but damn it, that ain't your call. It's your call to love all countries. Are you an earthling or not? Because if you just I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna still hurt y'all feelings. Y'all ready? If you are just all American, all about America, don't no country exists on this planet but America, even though America only makes up 4% of the planet as far as population. If you just all about America, 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 and that's it, and you don't give a fuck about nobody else on this planet, the other 96% of people are just nothing but peasants to you. You need to do me a favor. This weekend, you ready? Take this, put it in a Jordan shoebox up in the top of your closet until you grow the fuck up. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I love the United States, but I will never be dumb enough to think that the United States is the only country that I can enjoy. I'll say that again. I love the United States with just as much love as all the other brothers and sisters that are still going there, getting up in the morning, driving through traffic, dealing with everyday life, ups and downs, raising kids. I love the United States just as much as the rest of everyday citizens. But that does not mean because I love the United States, I got to hate on another country that one of my brothers and sisters will find peace in. Get the fuck out of here. It might not be your place of peace in Peru. Your place of peace may not be Ecuador. Your place of peace may not be Suriname on the coast. Guyana on the coast. Your place of peace may not be St. Thomas, St. Martin, Barbados, Grand Cayman. It may not be. Your place of peace may not be Germany, Turkey, Iceland, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. But it might be one of your brothers or sisters' place of peace. So who the fuck am I to put down and curse that? And for all you Russia cursers, do your fucking homework on all the black people that blew up over the last 120 years of the black people that blew up and did some amazing things after World War I. Black people, the original passport bros and sisters, blew up. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Do your fucking homework on all the brothers and sisters that decided to keep their ass over there after World War I and World War II and see what the fuck happened to them. And you know what the Russians said about us? Them niggas over here. Nope. I can't believe all these black people over here. Nope. You know what they said about us? U.S. citizens, African citizens, South American black people citizens. In the 30s, 40s, and 50s, Russians said this: we surprised that it's not more y'all over here. We're surprised that more you all didn't just stay over here in Europe, knowing you were going back. No matter how many stripes you had on your shoulder, you were going back to bullshit. Russians, that was a term in Russia. We are surprised how many black people did not stay in Europe. Don't ever go on another YouTuber's channel, especially an American YouTuber, and you're not sure if they are travelers. And I don't mean some freaking vacationers that's been to 20 countries for a weekend. Anybody can go to, y'all ready? After going to Europe, I learned this. Anybody can take their happy ass to Europe and ride the train and get 15 countries in 2 weeks. Well, I've been to 15 countries. I've been to 15 countries. Anybody can do that. Those trains in those countries are just as close as a state to each other. So I'm not impressed with the number of countries that somebody says they visited. What's my point? My point is, give some grace to your brothers and sisters back home. They don't know. We're about to finish watching this video, but I promise you guys, your brothers and sisters back home, they don't know. Mars, Europe, to the average American, we've been programmed to think that both of them are just as the same damn distance. We look at Europe through movies and television shows. We look at Asia like it's way over. No, I'm good where I'm at. It's too far. And since they've been programmed to think like that, don't criticize your brothers and sisters back home that don't know any better. Let them talk. I know you want to say, but. America's number one. America's number one. Here are the 5 reasons why we need them to stay. First, we need them to stay because of economics. Yes, I need Angry Man. I need Anton Daniels. I need Kevin Samuels. I need Dennis Sperling. I need all of the brothers. Keep y'all asses right there in the United States. Earn that money and pay them taxes, and make sure you spend that money. Make sure you spend that money. Every cigar that Angry Man smokes, every single cigar, every time you see Angry Man smoke a cigar, you need to think that he purchased those cigars in the United States, and that keeps the U.S. economy going, and that keeps the U.S. dollar strong for us. Yes, we need their ass to stay. Number 2 reason we need their ass to stay is because of we need that the falsehood of the American dream to continue to be used. We know the American dream don't exist no more. Brothers and sisters back in white folks in the United States know the American dream does not exist anymore. You cannot leave high school, go to a factory, meet the love of your life while you're doing that, or go off to college, meet the love of your life. After college or a few years in the factory, you guys get married, you buy a house, you have 1.5 kids, because one of the kids is a little short, and you got 2 dogs and a cat and a white picket fence. That's the American dream, and you got insurance to cover you when you pass on. That we know that dream don't exist. Passport bros and sisters, you know there is no way in hell you about to graduate high school, get you a $25 an hour. You can't, those Detroiters. Hey, Jeff, those Detroiters.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
You know that you getting out of high school, working for Chrysler, Ford. Chrysler don't even exist no more. Chrysler, Ford, or GM. That shit is never going to happen again in the universe. Not just in your life, in the universe. It's over. But the fact that the term or the hope or the carrot of the American dream still exists for foreigners as well as for locals. In other words, for immigrants as well as for natural born. Yes, you can go from, like Samuel L. Jackson, you can go from being a crackhead to the #1 movie box office draw of all times. You can go from being the guy that created Vidal Sassoon, I think it was Vidal Sassoon, no, not Vidal Sassoon, but created Patron, from sleeping in your car, homeless with your child, to creating a beauty line for hair, and creating Patron. Yes. Here's the dream part. How many Americans out of the 350 plus Americans out there have actually brought those dreams to pass? How many Americans ended up like J-Lo? No talent, no skills, no nothing. Like Diddy, no talent, no skills, no nothing. Like a lot of the female rappers out there, a lot of male rappers out there, no talent, no skills, no nothing, and yet make all this money. How many? We see a few, not a lot, but a few, and we think that it's a lot of people that can do that. So everybody wants to be a rapper. Everybody wants to be spoken word. Everybody think they can start a business but not put in the hours that it takes. We need them to continue to dreaming. All you passport bros and passport sisters, we need Americans to keep their ass at home, pay their taxes, and keep on dreaming. And we know statistically, if you lined up 100 Americans, maybe 10 will do something good and great with their lives. But the 90% are going to be average, going to work, going home, and taking care of their family. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say this again. There's nothing wrong with that. The next one that we need for Americans to do for passport bros, we need for them to pay taxes. And I mean overpay taxes. Yes, I do. There are so many tax breaks you get as an expat that you never knew existed while you are a U.S. citizen. We think about what tax breaks we think about. The females think about the tax breaks for children. Girl, can I borrow your kids? Why? I'll give you half the money if you let me write your kids on my taxes. They think about the child tax break. We think about the business tax breaks. Like if I own a business, or if I got a family, married, filed separately, or filed head of household, or filed jointly, we think about those tax breaks. There is an ocean of tax breaks that expats get that individuals in the States don't even know about. That's why you can Google this. Here's another thing to Google. 98% of expats don't pay taxes. We file taxes. Tax date for us is coming up real soon. June 15th. Wait a minute. Tax date is April 15th. No, tax date is April 15th for you guys on Mr. Gilmore's property. For those of us that are expats that live outside the United States, our tax date is June 15th, and we can file an extension, just one filing, all the way to October 15th. And if we need a little longer, we can go ahead and file another extension for this past year's taxes all the way till December 15th. What? Yeah. See, expats get an automatic tax extension from April. We ain't even got to file shit. We automatically get June 15th. Automatically. You don't get that, you mere American. We're expat Americans. We get this. You don't want this. You want October. You want April 15th, like you've always been doing. And you want to pay over taxation. You pay taxes on April 15th. But then if you go into the gas station, you pay taxes on your gas. But then here your happy ass go. Come on now. You buy a loaf of bread, carton of eggs, and some bananas. It tells you before you get there, this should be this price, right? And then when you get to the counter, what are you paying? Your happy tail is paying taxes on top of the calculations which you made. How many of you guys in Colombia have paid taxes after you saw the price on something in Colombia? I'll wait. You saw on a menu that it costs 30,000 pesos for that breakfast. Now you divide that by 4. Like I said, with Colombian money, you take off the last 3 digits and you divide it by 4. So 30,000, you take that 30 divided by 4. You're averaging about what? $8-9 for that breakfast. When the last time you saw was $8.15, $8.47, $8.83 in Colombia? Oh, so there's no extra taxes at the end of a meal? Okay, what about when you go to the grocery store in Colombia and you buy something and it says it's 100,000 pesos? Take off the last 3 zeros. You got your 100. You divide it by 4. What's that? $25. When you get to that counter, is it 100,017 pesos? Okay, 100,022 pesos. Oh, so when you get to the counter at the grocery store in Colombia, if it says 100,000 on the package, that means it's 100. Ain't no extra tax. Oh, okay, I got you. We need y'all to stay in the United States and keep on paying extra taxes. The taxes that you pay from your paycheck, the taxes that you pay when it's tax time, the taxes that you pay when you're checking out at the gas station, grocery stores, and everything else. We need you to take care of us expats by paying extra taxes. Thank you. Because as you pay extra taxes, all we do is file taxes. And yeah, we don't pay taxes like that. Sorry. And I heard somebody in the comment section one time when I did an Austin Holloman video. Well, he forgot to calculate state taxes that they don't pay. Not every, he must be saying that because he live in Florida and Florida don't pay state taxes. Got news for you. Not every state, even if you have a state that charges state taxes, not every state charges expat taxes. I'll say that again. You have to do your research on your own state to find out if your state charges expat taxes. But damn it, if you didn't have to pay any federal taxes and that little chump, you ain't have to pay no city taxes, that little chump change state taxes, like, what was it? $57? $162 that you paid in state taxes? Man, state, take this $162 and get your ass on somewhere. If you got to pay state taxes every year, you telling me that you bitching about state taxes? Well, Andre, you didn't calculate state taxes. Bruh, the reason why I didn't calculate state taxes when I was talking about expat taxes on Austin Holloman's live stream when he interviewed me, because we all know state taxes ain't shit. And if you are crying about your state taxes, you really broke and you really got a problem. State taxes ain't. What's my point? A lot of guys have to realize, have to come to the conclusion. Shout out to Jeffrey on the replay. He said, I'm out, Dre. Catch the retro on the replay. Yes, sir. Have a good evening, Jeff. My uncle will be here in a couple months again. Guys realize there are so many benefits you get as an expat. Shout out to you guys. Will says this. Will say many people think negative of other countries because of what the American government tells them. 'Tis true, my friend. He said, when I went to Russia, they were cool, and it's governments that that don't get along. And it's the governments that don't get along, not the citizens. Robot. That's a good point. America got an issue with Russia. The government, but not the average everyday people. Just like Russia has an issue with America. The government, but not with us everyday people. Man, I've watched documentaries of black people where before there were black senators in the United States, there were black senators and congressmen and mayors in Russia. I was watching an interview of the black news reporter, right? This lady. And she told of all the positions her mother, her grandfather, and her great-grandfather who stayed in Russia after World War II. And if it wasn't for him and all his success, she said, I don't know where I would be. This is not a hype to Russia. It's a hype to black people are everywhere. But let's get back to the Angry Man video after my man Will. Will says this also. He said, I had a coworker tell me today. What's today in Espanol? Hoy. Hoy. H-O-Y. He said, I had a coworker tell me, Oi, America is the best country on earth, but has never visited or lived outside the US. That's the part that get me. I have people that I'll sit back and I watch these people on YouTube hype the United States up like it's the great. And this is the part that gets me. They hype the United States up as if it's the only great country to live in. When O'Shea Duke Jackson went to Poland and got his medical degree, was that not a great thing, or that was just that's a good thing for a black man from Oakland to get his medical degree? That was a great thing. For a dude like me who was incarcerated 10 years to turn their lives around and also relocate to other countries, find the wife of my life, and living the best life that I've lived in many years. Is that just that's a good thing? It's cool. Or is that a great thing? Your great country will not be based on just economics, on who has the best GDP, who has the strongest military, who has the Your great country will be the country that gives you more peace, respect, appreciation. It might not be Colombia. It might be Peru. It might be the United States, or it might be Canada. It might be Mexico, but it might not be Panama. Whatever country is great to you and how they treat you, that's how you judge greatness as a passport, bro. Don't ever get caught up in how Americans have been trained to think. What's the two areas that we have been trained to think? We got the best motherfucking military. That means we could beat up anybody. And we got more money and millionaires than anybody. That means we balling. Those are the two areas that we were trained. We got the most money to spend, and we got a strong military. But then you focus on, yeah, but Americans are addicted to every drug you can imagine. Well, what? Yeah, we got the strong military, got you. We rank number 14 in the world for freedom of speech. Did y'all guys know that? We're not number 1 in the world for freedom of speech. We're number 14 in the world for freedom of speech. Wi-Fi, number 15. We're number 15 for Wi-Fi. You think the American Wi-Fi is the shit. It ain't shit compared to another 14 countries. Medical, 69 of 104 countries. But yet we rank number 1 for the most expensive medical services. Did you guys know this? I came across this stat a few years back. I didn't know if it was true or not, but it's kind of cool. Did you know that the average black man has the chance to live 5 years longer just because you left the foundation of Mr. Gilmore's property? I'm going to say that again. Did you know, no shade to my white brothers, this is just a black man moment. Did you know, because of high blood pressure, diabetes, unhealthy foods, so forth and so forth, that the average black person, once you leave and go to a country with better drinking water, better this, better that, so forth and so forth, as far as eating, you will live on average as an expat black person an extra 5 fucking years. So you can die. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet. You could, cool, nothing wrong with that. Or you can die 5 years later. If God came to you and said, today, that's your day. And you like, God, if I cross over to Canada, do I give an extra 5 years? You get 2. Okay, if I go to UK, do I get an extra 5 years? You still get 2. If I go to Colombia or parts of Africa, do I get an extra 5 years? Why, yes, you do. Have any of you guys ever heard of the Blue Zone? Let me pull this up. I know we're going to go back to the video, but Blue Zone. Blue Zone countries. I want to show you guys something. If you think that I'm just kidding and I'm just talking, he's just rambling off at the mouth. The drinks are getting to him. You know, I'm a receipt type of dude. Blue Zones. They even got a Blue Zone website. Y'all ready? Here we go. Let me move me out of the way. I'm not that important right now. Blue zones are regions of the world where people tend to live longer and healthier lives than average. They have a lower rate of cardiac disease and higher life expectancy, and often have 10 times more centurions, meaning individuals that live up to 100 years, 10 times more centurions per capita than the then where? The United States. The term blue zone originated from scientists who mark villages who long-lived populations on a map using a blue pen. These places such as Italy, Greece, Japan, Costa Rica, and some parts, and I looked it up, not all of, but some parts of the US have a blue zone. So not the whole country is a blue zone for any of these cases, but they have locations that are blue zones. Chronic diseases are becoming more and more common in old age. and blue zones are geographic areas where lower rates of chronic disease and long life expectancies. Blue zones. Let me see if I can find a blue zone website. There we go. Let me see if I can find it. That's not it. Maybe this is it. There we go. I'm going to drop this in the link. I'm going to drop this in the link so you guys can get this. You know, I'm always bringing receipts when I'm talking. This is what they eat and some of the things that they do in blue zones. You don't have to move to a blue zone necessarily to be blessed. I'm going to drop that again for you guys. Now let's get back to the video.
My thing is this: you can't even afford a house. Like, inflation is crazy. You can go to another country. I'll say this: at the best, I can't see myself retiring in America. My last 20 years of my life, I won't be here at this current rate. I can't. I'd probably be somewhere in the EU just chilling as an old man, because this is you can't even, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Juggernaut, what were you getting ready to say?
I was so for me, I'm from the FL. So we deal with Jamaicans, Haitians, all that. Like I be from New York, even from Bahamas. They come over to Florida to work. You know what they
Pause. Shout out to Machismo TV in the building. I did miss your super chat, brother. I'm glad somebody mentioned it. He said, great stream. I lived in China for 2 años. 2 años. I lived in China for 2 años. Para 2 años. Or por 2 años. Por 2 años. Man, listen. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Machismo TV. Shout out to Machismo TV.
always tell us, they tell everybody, not just Black Americans, they tell everybody. Y'all got it good, but y'all just fucking it up. And I see that shit really a lot from my generation. We mess it up from what we get from the millennials, what the millennials gave to us. If we are so animated on hating on our own country, bro, you talking about going to Africa or Europe, they gonna look at you like, bro, you just a traitor. If you put the turn on your country like that, you're telling anybody else, but we can use you though for an advantage.
Bro, you know what this shit
is?
That's
how they work.
You know what this shit is? This is what this shit is. America's a fucking house. And lately there's been a fucking house party going on. And the niggas that's in the damn house is partying just as much as everybody else is partying. And now that the house is looking a damn mess, instead of niggas saying, you know what, the party's over, it's time to clean this shit up, you saying, no, this house is messy, we need to go move to a new house. Like, no, nigga.
Remember I said about the sign language? What was that? And this, once again, this is not a shade to our brother Angry Man at all. Sign language. Shame, insult, guilt need to be right. He said that America is a house that everybody partied in, and when it's time to clean up, you want to leave now. You want to go to another party. Is that shame? No, he doesn't make you feel ashamed. Insult? He didn't insult you. He wasn't trying to prove his need to be right. That was a guilt. How dare you come to this party or be raised in this party known as the United States? You party with the rest of us. You acted a fool with the rest of us. Then you want to leave and go to another party. That's guilt. I told you guys that you passport bros, it's not going to be easy. They're not. See, we think about our friends and our family members not accepting us. The average American cannot understand you. It's not the fact that they don't accept you. It's the fact that they don't even understand us. How dare thee? They can't even fathom the thought. Let's go back to the video.
I gotta disagree with that too, because I ain't saying we don't take some part in that shit, but at the end of the day, it's the motherfuckers that's in control, and it ain't just the people that's in control.
Of course you disagree. You know why you disagree? You know why you disagree? Because you serving the drinks, nigga. You ain't actually partying. That's why you disagree.
You call this a party?
I don't even know what the. I mean, that analogy is trash, bro.
It's not.
No, he's because you talking about we the ones fucking everything up, but you're not even taking into account the motherfuckers that's in control of all the shit.
Yo, I don't care where you live, nigga. There's always gonna be people in control of some shit.
No.
Also, I wanted to say this.
Where is this utopia that you think you going to, my nigga?
You go to other countries, utopia and shit like that. I understand there's going to be people in control everywhere, but what you don't understand is the same people that control everywhere, nigga.
So where you escaping to, my nigga?
About, but that don't mean. I already gave you examples earlier, bro.
I was in Prague.
What it sound like? I'm gonna tell you what it sound like. I'm gonna tell you what it sound like, my nigga. It sound like you going somewhere to hide. That's what it sound like, my nigga.
What sign language was that? It sounds like you're going somewhere to hide. What sign language is that? Insult. Where are you going to escape? What utopia are you going to escape to? Insult. I know Angry Man wasn't thinking of it like that. And the guy who was talking didn't take time. He was so busy trying to talk and trying to respond. He didn't even hear Angry Man say, you sound like you're hiding, sound like you're running, sound like you're escaping. Do you know that Americans look at us like that? Our fellow Americans, our brothers and sisters back home in the States, look at us like we are running, like we are hiding, like we are escaping. Get the fuck out of here. Some of you dudes are ex-military. You ain't never ran from a motherfucker in your life. Even if you ducked and went into a place where you could go ahead and handle your business and get a good aim, you didn't run, never to return. Some of you Texas boys, you ain't never ran from a dare in your life. You Oklahoma boys, some of you New York brothers, you ain't never back down from nobody. You East Side Detroiters, South Side Chi-Town dudes, you LA dudes, you ain't never ran from nothing. How the fuck you gonna try to tell me I'm running from my country? I ain't never ran from nothing in my life. I ain't run from a 10-year bit. How the fuck I'm gonna run now? How I'm escape now? If I want to run, I should have ran when they was trying to give me a 10-piece. That's when I should have ran, but I ain't run. But many Americans in the States will still assume that you guys are running. Let's go back to the video.
Fuck am I Manhattan for?
That's what it seemed like to me.
Fuck am I hiding for it though?
Nigga, I'm 10 toes
I'm in America
down.
right now.
Nigga, I'm 10 toes down right here in
Well, you
America.
go right ahead
I ain't going nowhere, nigga. You ever see the cartoon where the motherfucking boat is sinking and that nigga standing on the tip of that motherfucker saluting, nigga? That's me, nigga.
So and you gonna go right down with the
I don't give a fuck, nigga. There's a time to live. There's a time to live. There's a time to love, and goddamn it, there's a time to die, nigga.
Okay. Angry Man said that he's the guy on the tip of the boat, that when everything goes down, he's going down with it. This is the same brother. And like I said, nothing against our brother. And I love Angry Man. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This dude has taught me more about this YouTube branding and how to be successful with it than anybody else. However, this is also the same brother that said last year, if it doesn't work out between me and my wife, I'm getting my passport and I'm gone. This is the same brother that said, if it doesn't work out between me and my wife, he just said this less than 6 months ago. And I asked him this on our channel. I'm getting my passport and I'm gone. And I'm going to let you guys know something. Between this Angry Man and the one from 6 months ago, I believe the one from 6 months ago. I believe, other than him wanting to be around his children, which is wise for him to stay in the United States, to be around his kids, being a good man, being a good father. But other than that, if he didn't have any kids, I believe that if his circumstances didn't work out, Angry Man would be out here with the rest of us with his passport.
I don't give a fuck.
But here's my thing too. We're not even talking about that. We're in this space, brothers are always talking about they don't want to get married. They don't want to get married. I want to be able to have a family, but I will not I cannot see myself raising a family in America.
That's correct.
And I cannot see myself being married in America under American laws. That's another reason why I'm probably not going to.
They got a stipend in your marriage here.
Yeah, all the brothers are talking about, oh, don't do marriage. Okay, so what you gonna do? You're just gonna be single?
Yeah. What up?
And not,
you know, and I love that you said this, Sean. Can somebody name the era in which the United States was faithful to us as people of color, as the poor minority? I mean, the poor white. I'm gonna put out there, poor whites. The reason why like a lot of people like to talk about Harriet Tubman. I'm about to hurt your feelings, black people. A lot of people want to talk about Harriet Tubman, Underground Railroad, freed over 300 slaves. You know how Harriet was able to pull that off? A lot of poor whites was on her team. A lot of poor everyday whites. The Quakers, yes, I already studied it in W.E.B. Du Bois' book. The Education, not Miseducation. See, a lot of you guys want to quote The Miseducation of the Negro. He also wrote The Education of the Negro. Read the other book also. And the reason why they called them Quakers because they would shake during their religious. Like we do the shouting and dancing. They was doing that way back then too. And guess who was part of the Underground Railroad making sure that blacks made it up north? Poor whites. Not the ones that can afford slaves and has been so used to whipping slaves and put poor whites. Go ahead, do your little homework on the Underground Railroad. It wasn't all black houses that they were running up under. Poor whites. So when I sit back and I see a situation like this, a lot of times when I hear people talk, it's like, dude, I hear what you're saying.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Okay. Sean says, he said, never been faithful to us as a collective. Name the era in which blacks have been, which the country has been faithful to us as a collective. Never. But that goes back, Sean and Will and others, 92 people here. That goes back to what the passport bro. We said this, 5 things that the passport bro needs from the average American, no matter what race, but especially black folk. But no matter what race, these are the 5 things that the 5 things that passport bros need from Americans. First thing we need for y'all to stay there. I never plan on leaving anyway. Good. You think passport bros are stupid? We need your ass to stay there Monday morning, get your happy ass up, take your ass out there on that plantation for Mr. Gilmore, that corporate plantation, drive 30 minutes to 45 minutes through that crazy traffic, work those hours, only get 7 to 9 holidays a year, get them to dang near fire you if you damn near ask for one of your 10 days of holidays. Keep your worker bee ass there. Pay them taxes. Don't worry about what the government doing, Trump or Biden. That's number 1. Number 2, we need that American dream to shine. Today, I took our truck to go get clean because we've been moving. So we got an SUV, and this is like the Equinox. In Colombia, it's called the Captiva, but it's the Equinox, right? So we've been moving all the past 2 weeks. Truck ain't never been filthy. This is the first time in the history of us it's ever been filthy. So I took it to get it clean today, brand new vehicle. That's how we feel about the American dream as passport bros. We need the American dream to never be filthy. We need you to still think that all y'all gonna have a white picket fence, a dog and a cat, 1.5 child, because one of your kids gonna be short. We need you to think that your wife gonna be with you for 50 years, and we need you to think that you're gonna have a life insurance policy that's like $300,000 for when you pass on. We need you to think like that. You damn right. We need that American dream to be that. Now, when you walk outside, you know that most people ain't got a life insurance. You know most people ain't married. You know most people ain't got a cat and a dog. They ain't got 1 and 2.5 kids. And they damn sure in the United States, most people ain't got a wife or a husband. But we need you to dream about it. You damn right. We need the American dream to be strong. Next, we need for your ass to keep on paying them high taxes. If you think that passport bros want all y'all happy asses out here and ain't nobody paying taxes, no. Keep your ass right where you are and keep on paying them inflated taxes. You're paying taxes, state taxes, federal taxes, Social Security FICA tax, grocery store taxes, gas station taxes, We need your ass to take that $100 that you got and let it get chopped up in taxes. You dang right. You think we crazy? Shit. The next thing, we need for you to believe that that we're the only good country there is in the United, as far as the United States is concerned. I'll say this again. The passport bros will never fuss at you, cuss at you, put you down, belittle you. And if anybody does it, he's a freaking idiot. Will never put you down when it comes to thinking that the United States is the ultimate empire. We need for you to think that the United States is the Death Star. Shout out to all you Star Wars fans. We need for you to look at Donald Trump like Darth Vader. Like ain't nothing gonna happen to him. He gonna live beyond living. We need you to keep thinking that the only country that a person could ever enjoy is not Paris, is not London, it's not Canada, it's not Mexico. It's not Colombia. It's not Australia. The only country that you could ever enjoy in your life, we need all y'all asses to continue to think is the United States. You damn right. Don't you ever try to convince Americans against the American dream. In order for our dollar to stay strong and us to live these lives in other countries, we need all these we need everybody else to be a goddamn fool. Yes, my aunties, my grandmamas, granddaddies, cousins, I need all their asses to stay right where the fuck they are. My neighbors, my co-workers, the people who I see during my lunch break, and all they asses I get stuck in traffic with going to work and going back home. I need all they asses to stay right motherfucking there. I need for them to celebrate the 4th of July, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, all the U.S. Day, President's Day, Juneteenth. I need them to stay their ass right there and spend their money right there. Why? So I can spend the money in other countries and it's strong than the motherfucker. I need that. Shout out to Deep Soul. Deep Soul says this. Deep Soul says, he said, no disrespect, Andre. He said, but Angry Man is acknowledging his indigenous American roots here in the States like me. I agree with that. I have no problem with that. But when most of us, if we, like we always use, we don't use the paper bag theory anymore in the States. You're like, if you look like, you know, if you look at the complexion of a paper bag, what do we use over the last 30 years? If you get pulled over by police, what do you look like? Indigenous or brother? Angry Man looks like a brother, even though he does have indigenous. And you may have indigenous roots. But if you look like we use the police as our, hey, if the police pull you over, do you look indigenous or do you look like a brother? Or you look like a brother, then you are a brother. That's how we look. But at the end of the day, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. He said indigenous American roots. He said here in the States, like me and others as well, have too much history up here. And brother, I will never convince you not to stay in the States. Stay there. Yes, you should. Don't you move. Don't you move. As if Abraham's dad, who was in their land, in Genesis chapter 11, the last 5 verses, and God asked Abraham's dad, listen, I need for you to go to the promised land. I didn't say Abraham. I said Abraham's dad, Tamar. After his son Moriah died, who was Lot's father. You can look it up. Genesis in the Bible, last 5 verses. Tamar had a son, Moriah. Moriah had a son, Lot. Yes, that Lot that we know with his wife turned to a pillar of salt. Moriah died. He's in his homeland, Tamar. God calls him. I need you to leave what you know in your homeland and your people got heritage here. I need to go to the promised land. Huh? What? Huh? Mean you can hear. Boy, I need you to go to the promised land. Grab Lot, your grandson. Grab Abraham, your son, his wife Sarah, all your cattle, your wife, and your other kids, and go to the promised land. Genesis chapter 11, last 5 verses. The Bible says this. He got halfway there. This looks like a good enough place to me. He named the land Moriah after his son that died. And then Genesis chapter 12 comes. Genesis chapter 12 starts off, Abraham, yes, Lord. I need you to do me a favor. You usually talk to my daddy. Your daddy likes to settle. Because Genesis chapter 11, last 5 verses, the last verse says, and there they settled. Genesis chapter 12, your daddy likes to settle. I don't like settlers. Abraham, I need you to go where I told your daddy to go, to the promised land. What? Me? Yes, I need you to take your brother's son, your nephew, your brother Moriah, who died, son. You want me to take Lot? Yes, I want you to take Lot and your cattle and your wife Sarah and go to the promised land. Once they got to the promised land, God gave Abraham a son, Jacob. What did God tell Jacob? Jacob, I know you want to get married. I know you want to fall in love. I know this is your land. This is the land which you was born. This is the promised land where I told your daddy Abraham to come to. I need you to leave. What? I need you to leave. You heard me. Leave. I need you to go find your wife in a different land. Okay. He finds a wife in a different land. They have children. Isaac and Ishmael. I mean, Isaac, the son of Isaac. God comes to Isaac, Jacob's son, son of Abraham, son of Tamar. I know you were born in this land, bred. Your pappy is from this. Your pappy came to this land, Abraham. Actually, and your grandpappy, actually, and he had your daddy, Jacob, in this land. And you were born in this land, Isaac. And I need for you to leave. Whoa. So the promised land that you told my grandfather to come to, and he had my dad. Yeah. You told my dad to leave and go find a wife outside the promised land? Yeah. And I was born? Yeah. And so now you telling me to leave outside the promised land? The promised land. To go find a wife? Yeah. Like you told my father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather Tamar, Genesis chapter 11, last 5 verses. God is not going to In other words, there are some people who are indigenous to a particular country that God will still tell your happy ass, use a passport. Not all y'all, but some of y'all that are indigenous to a location to use your passport. He said, interesting. I never interpreted that story in the Bible like that. Yeah. And this the funny part. All I did was go through the first, like what, from chapter 11 to chapter 13 of the Bible. There were passport bros that God called to be passport bros in the Bible. He said, I wouldn't care if I trace my roots back to, for real. He said, Geronimo. Wow. He said, that's what I would do. He said, that's what I would do. Yell Geronimo as I'm getting off the tarmac in another country. That's me. My family comes from land in Tennessee. My family comes not just from owning land in Tennessee. My family was one of the few families, black families in Tennessee, post-slavery, that owned over 100 acres of land. They sharecropped, and when the master or the owner after slavery died, he had left the land for my family, my great-great-great-great-grandfather and his brother to purchase the land. It trickled down. I'm a descendant of the descendants of the descendants of the descendants of the land, of the soil of Tennessee. The soil of Tennessee. And I'm talking about hard-working dude. Bruh. I'm a city slicker, teenage kid, 13 years old, going down to Tennessee. I thought I knew work. I did not know work until my relatives in Tennessee would wake me up early in the morning before the rooster crows. My grandmother would make me breakfast just so I can go out there in them fields to till the fields. In the heat with my cousins. We're kids. This is what teenagers and preteens and post-teenagers did in Tennessee. We tilled the land. And I appreciate all that my people did in the States and are doing in the States because the land is still in the family. But I am Tamar. I am Abraham. I am Isaac. I am Jacob. God called me in spite of what my family did. And some of you brothers and sisters have been called in spite of what your family owns or owned or did. But the passport bro movement, we need you to stay there. Oh, yeah, we need you to keep your happy ass right there and believe in only one country, red, white, and blue through and through. We need you to be as redneck as the redneck. We need you to, on 4th of July, to buy your barbecue, on Thanksgiving, to buy your turkey, and on Christmas, to buy your ham. You think us passport bros are trying to convince y'all to leave. Who the hell told y'all that? Who told you guys that the passport bros are trying to convince you all to leave the United States? We ain't never said no shit like that. We might talk about, hey guys, there's other ladies in other countries, but as far as all black people or all white people, no. Every movement that's taking place in the United States is always taking place among a minority group, a small group. Yeah, most of y'all we want y'all to keep y'all happy ass right where y'all at. Yeah, stay right there. Don't go nowhere, no further. No, motherfucker. No. Keep going on your cruises. Go to Disney and Vegas. Yes, go to LA. Go take your ass and visit that statue of Liberty. Take your ass down to Austin, Texas, and Galveston, Texas. Go to the Grand Canyon. Go to Utah. Yeah, we need you to do all that shit. But do not cross these borders known as the United States. Keep your hard-working ass right where you are. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Don't y'all ever get on live streams and try to convince Americans to leave America. You let their ass stay right the fuck where they at. You sitting up there trying to shout down the people that's going to make sure the dollar is strong, and you trying to convince them to leave. I wish the fuck I would waste my time trying to convince angry man and every other man and every other woman to leave the United States, knowing that if they leave, the American dollar going to be weak to the motherfucker. No. And if they leave, the American passport gets weaker. No. And if they leave, the reputation of being American demises or goes down. No, I need like 99% of black people to keep your happy asses right where you are. Go fuck, have babies, have more babies that's gonna stay right there, pay all your taxes, bitch about the politics, bitch about religion, bitch about race. I need you to do all that American shit. I need you to sit back and you sit back. I want you to do like you always do. You watch our live streams and you watch Austin Holloman's live streams, and then you ask a female like on Austin Holloman live stream today and all his other live streams or all our other live streams with people or women from other countries. Do y'all like black men? We need y'all to keep asking that same stupid ass question. Do women in Brazil like black men? Do women in Colombia like black men? We need y'all to keep on focusing on race and then asking them stupid ass questions. Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do not need 99% of y'all asses out here with us. No. Whoever made y'all think that the passport bros is trying to get all black people to go, get the fuck out of here. We don't even want all y'all to download the Passport Bro app. No, hell no. Y'all got us fucked up. No, keep your ass right where you are. Pay them damn taxes. Keep the dollar strong. As long as the dollar is strong, I can spend what I spend in 5-star, 6-star restaurants in all these other countries. Thank you, all you Americans that keep the US dollar strong, because it is not backed by euro. It's not backed by gold anymore since the time of Richard Nixon. For those of you that don't know, the US dollar is only strong because it's backed by the currency of US spending habits. Yes, our dollar is only as strong as the amount of money you motherfuckers spend back home. Keep your ass there. You crazy. Ain't nobody trying to get your asses out of the United States. You better stay there and make that money for us. Yes, passport bros are pimping. Yes, we are. Passport bros are pimping the game? Yes, we are pimping the motherfucking game. See, at least us brothers would tell y'all. The white dudes ain't gonna tell y'all shit. They just gonna make y'all think that y'all in the game. Like nomad capitalist. Nomad capitalist will sit up there with his glasses on, be the nerdiest white dude. Listen, this is how you focus on your investments. Not me. I'm gonna tell you, we pimping y'all asses. Yes, we are. Shit. You crazy. Man, you know how, dude, this apartment that I'm in right now, y'all ready? This is a $4,000 apartment in many cities in the United States. $4,000 a month. I'm paying $600 as long as y'all asses stay in the United States. You think I give a fuck about y'all complaining about a Trump and a Biden? Man, keep y'all ass right there bitching about racism, bitching about women, and bitching about Biden. And I will keep on paying $600 because you keep spending your money back there. You damn right, man. I ain't about to sit up here and try to convince y'all asses. And my job is to convince anybody that dares to convince y'all to leave, to tell them, shut the fuck. See, me, I'm like when women started fighting for equal rights, and there was women. There were women that were telling other women that when women were like, I want to go to work, I want to earn my own money, and there were women out there was like, bitch, if you don't shut the fuck up, we got husbands leaving us houses when they die, insurance policies when they die. Bitch, I got perfect credit because in the 50s, 60s, and 40s, a woman could sign and purchase anything with her husband's credit card. And if it fucked up on his credit, not hers. Women had perfect credit for years. And there were women that was like, you feminist bitches, if you don't shut the fuck up, we gonna end up having to go to work in the morning. That's how I feel about passport bros that's talking too much. If you don't shut the fuck up and let them brothers and sisters who are red, white, and blue through and through keep their asses in the motherfucking States. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Stop letting their ass feel like they got hope in another country. Let they ass think United States is the shit. Dynamite. Let them think that shit. I would have never got on that live stream arguing with Angry Man. You crazy. You are crazy. I'd have told Angry Man, you right, brother. I'd have sent Angry Man super chats, hellos, happy faces, red, white, and blue flags, all that shit. You think I'm about to sit up there and go on Angry Man's show and argue with him to prove a point about a passport when I need his ass to stay there and pay them taxes and believe in the American dream and sit up there and think that America is the greatest country of all time? I ain't about to fuck that man's head up. I ain't about to convince him. I need him like that, and I need millions of angry men like that. Millions of Anton Daniels. We know that the average person will not make the money that Angry Man makes. We need Angry Man there to convince the rest of the asses that they think that they can make Angry Man money, even though they will never make that money. We know that. We know that most motherfucking YouTubers will not make Anton Daniels money. But we need Americans to think that they can make Anton Daniels money. Shut the fuck up, passport bros. Trying to get on these panels and convince these dudes and talk down about America. That's why y'all always hear me say, I love America. I care about America. That's my country. My country, 'tis of thee. You will never hear me talk against Americans in America. You stupid. talking against American women. I need they ass to marry every motherfucking American woman they can. Have as many American tax-paying babies as they can. The babies paying taxes, the dogs paying taxes, the cats paying taxes. So I can sit my ass back in Bali like I'm Russell motherfucking Simmons. So I can buy these expensive ass colognes and shit at a discount. I wasn't buying all these goddamn expensive colognes at a discount while I'm in the United States. I wasn't getting those $600 apartments and shit in the goddamn upper class areas for $600. And y'all trying to sit up there and argue with angry man? Shut the fuck up. Be quiet. Passport bros should only have videos for passport bros. Let the rest of America scratch their head. What the fuck they talking about? These other countries. They go into third world countries where the women are poor and homeless and they live in huts and tents. Let Americans think that shit. I want Americans to think that Africa is a goddamn jungle every day. I don't need them. I need them to think that Mozambique and Rwanda and parts of Ethiopia and parts of Morocco, I need they ass to think is nothing but goddamn terrain and motherfucking tsunamis. Not tsunamis, but a torrential pouring of rain. I need they ass to think that motherfucking zebras live in Ethiopia. I need they ass to think that gorillas left the Congo to go to Rwanda. I don't need them to think the greatest foods and recipes that you could ever have and the healthiest foods that you can have are in Africa. I don't need they asses knowing about goddamn Nigeria. What are y'all fucking doing? I need Americans to think Nigeria is nothing but a place. Them the hustlers with the fake prints, and they try to con people in America. Yes, they are. Don't trust them Nigerians, America. You shouldn't even go to Nigeria. I need they ass to think like that always throughout the end of time. Y'all sitting up here trying to convince Americans to leave America. I wish the fuck I would. Ain't none of our videos dedicated to have Americans leave America. Those of us who are called and see the vision of leaving America for other countries, we're here for you. We're here for you. But the average everyday American, oh, hell no. Y'all crazy if y'all think that this channel is dedicated to every Black American. This ain't, we ain't no fucking Marcus Garvey. We need they struggling asses right in the United States, struggling, pissed at each other, only good for sex with each other, only good for bitching to each other, at each other, about each other. Yeah, I want to sit your asses up there and try to convince angry man to leave. Shit, not me, not me. I need angry man to be angry right there in the United States. Black and Canadian brothers. Shout out, you ain't left out. You ain't left out. Let me put this back over here. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Oh, don't feel depressed. Feel enlightened. Shout out to my brother. He said new subscription earned. Let me see if I can pronounce that. Ikes, I hope I pronounced that correctly, brother. Ikes raised me. I like that name. I like that. That's you know, that name is probably the first name I've seen with a story behind it. He said, "Where's Sean with the $2 with the $2 just for the love of the game?" Shout out to you, brother. Man, brothers, for real. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, dude. Shut the fuck up. IQS in the building. IQS says this. He said, I'm upgrading my tier. He said, on that Passport Bro app right now. Here we go. Look, here's my song. Let's bring our song.
You're part of the problem.
No, that's not the one.
You're part of the problem.
Let me end that one. Here we go.
Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport.
I got a passport. Bring that back.
Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport.
Yes, sir. For all us Florida boys, shut the fuck up. Let everybody else pay all them damn tolls. If you ever been to Miami or Orlando, you know it's a toll every other mile. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to convince people not to pay them tolls. They pay them tolls. That's a form of taxation. The taxation keeps the U.S. dollar strong. The U.S. dollar strong while we over here living the life of Riley. We're living the life of Riley. Okay, let's do it like this. For every 3 cigars, I don't even have to go that far. For every 5 cigars, every 5 cigars, the Angry Man smoked, that when you watch his show, because I love watching Angry Man, every 5 cigars is my rent. The price that he pays on average, I'm guesstimating based off of when I used to buy cigars, that he pays for cigars, that's my fucking rent. Shut the fuck up and let Angry Man stay in the States and smoke fucking cigars while I take that cigar money and buy properties. Flip Flop in DR buys properties. Flyboy Way in Kia buys properties. Shut the fuck up. Let Americans keep their ass right the fuck where they are. They ain't going nowhere. If you was statistics say 68% of the time, if you were born in Baltimore, your ass gonna die in Baltimore. If you were born in LA, 68% of the time, you gonna die in LA. If you were born in motherfucking North Dakota, guess where your ass gonna die? North Dakota. You think I'm trying to convince your ass to leave North Dakota? No, this channel is not. I'm truthful. This channel is not dedicated to convince not one, I'm say this again, not one American to leave the United States. The only people that watch this channel, that they notice that they are called, something in their spirit tells them to leave the United States. So they watch this channel and other channels like this. But the rest of y'all, we need y'all to keep y'all happy asses right there. I got some of my favorite YouTubers out of LA. Shout out to Big Ja. Man, I love Big Ja videos. You think I need Big Ja ass to leave and go to DR? Oh, fuck no. I need his big ass to keep staying in the States, making them YouTube videos and paying taxes. Some of y'all favorite YouTubers are in the States. Do you want that YouTuber to leave? Some of y'all favorite crypto YouTubers are in the United States. Do you need his crypto loving ass to leave? All the tips he give? No. You need him to stay his happy ass right there watching crypto blow up and his ass pay taxes on it. Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because that's what I need. You will never see me try to convince nobody to leave the United States. Stay your ass. Some of y'all are like when Elijah Muhammad kind of like put a speech limitation on Malcolm X, like, you know, you can't go out there and speak for like, I forgot what it was, for like 6 weeks, something like that. Bruh. Some of us passport bros and blue book gentlemen need to shut the fuck up for about a good 6 weeks to 6 months. You go on all these panels trying to convince And I know I'm beating a dead horse, but I'm about to beat the fuck out this dead horse. You sit up here trying to convince Americans who's got a hand in the soil to leave America? Okay. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
You trying to convince Americans to leave America. I'm looking at kids that are born in America yesterday, today. I'm looking at kids that are going to kindergarten for the first time in America. I'm looking at people graduating and going to the prom and all that stuff in America. They'll be going off to college for the first time in the United States. In a few months, kids will be going to school for their school clothes. I need all them kids to grow the fuck up in the next 20 years and pay them U.S. taxes so my kids can live good in another country. You selfish, Andre. No, I'm not. I'm an American. And what are Americans? We're opportunists, and we take advantage of opportunities. That's evil, Andre. We are Americans, and Americans are opportunists that take advantage of opportunities. I need all y'all kids to grow up and don't go no damn where. Oh, yeah. Oh, y'all didn't think I was gonna go there? Oh, okay, here we go. Let me get a sip. I need my grandmama not to go nowhere. Your grandmama not to go nowhere. All your uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, kids, not to go nowhere. I'm not just thinking about me. I'm thinking about my kids that's going to be using the U.S. dollar and traveling the world with a U.S. passport because their daddy is a U.S. citizen. Oh, someday I'm going to be gone. There won't be any more Andre Spence getting on your last nerve on YouTube. It'll be my kids getting on your last nerve because they use their American passport to travel all over the place and take advantage of many things. Why? Because the U.S. dollar may still be strong. Or whatever or crypto or yen. But their dad will have enough invested in each one of them that it won't be an issue. You think I'm just talking about our generation to shut the fuck up? No, we shut the fuck up. So Angry Man kids can grow up. O'Shea kids can, not O'Shea, but Anton Daniels kids can grow up. Dr. Boyce Watkins kids, step kids, because he ain't got no kids, can grow up. Kevin Samuel's daughter can grow up. Even our brother Dennis Sperling's kids can grow up and pay taxes in the United States so that dollar can stay strong for my kids and your kids that'll be born or raised outside the United States. When I say America, I mean America. Y'all thought I was gonna sit back and just macro it and not micro it. You like, damn, that nigga Dre is a monster. He said he need Dennis Sperling's kids to stay in it. I need every month. I need y'all to shut the fuck up. Now I already know what Dennis gonna do. His kids have already been everywhere anyway. So I already know Dennis' kids ain't gonna be stuck in the States. I already know that. I know Dennis personally. But Kevin Samuel's daughter, with all that money, oh, she need to keep her ass in the States paying taxes. Why? And spending in the States. Why? So I can spend outside the United States and live this good life. Think about it, guys. If I made $1 million outside the United States, it has the buying power in Colombia of $4 million because all the people that's still stuck in the United States. You think I'm gonna tell them people to leave the United States when my million has the buying power of $4 million? And y'all don't know how to shut the fuck up? Okay. Okay. Yeah, man. See, a lot of black brothers know this down in their soul, but are prideful to admit it. I don't want them to admit shit. I'm with you, brother. You are absolutely correct. And I don't need them to admit to themselves nothing. I need for their ass to be raised and die, have kids, and their kids raise and die, and their kids raise and die in the United States, and they're paying taxes, and they ask to invent. I need them to invent shit, create movies. I need them to make the new Jordan. I need their kids to be the next Michael Jordan. That's gonna fill stadiums full of Americans that ain't going no damn where. See, I can enjoy the next Jordan from my couch. A shot is a shot is a shot. If I want to see the game, I just fly on back to the States, watch the game, fly my ass back up out of there, right? I ain't miss shit. Man, please. I'm with you, brother. They too proud to admit it. Yeah, man. He said $600. That's love from brother. And this building is brand new. I'm talking, dude. I walk out on our balcony and I'm like, damn, now this is a balcony. We don't have a building blocking us. Dude, I mean, just little things. Little things. It just we sitting up here like, oh damn. So we need to buy new furniture, huh? Cause we ain't got enough for this big motherfucker. Ain't no problem. We just take the US dollars that we make and we go ahead, send it through our bank account to Colombia. It's worth 4 times as much, and we don't pay as much. This is the funny part. We even get a discount on our IKEA compared to y'all. What's your point, Andre? What you guys even pay for in IKEA in the States, I take that same money. I go to the IKEA here in Cali, same damn IKEA. I can buy furniture with money that's the buying power 4 times less than what you would buy for that exact same product in the States. Same damn IKEA. 4 times less. Cost you $100 for it, cost me $25 for it. Cost you $75 for it, cost me about $18, $19 for it. Same IKEA. Costco's around the corner. Literally. It's called Price Mart. Costco's own it. We're so close to the Costco's here in Colombia. Our building comes with shopping carts. Our building comes with shopping carts to where you just get a shopping cart. You take your ass over there, buy your shit, it's right around the corner, and you bring your ass back. And you think I'm trying to convince all Americans, especially Black Americans, to leave America. Oh, no, the fuck I ain't. Y'all got me mixed up. He said they're going to cut your stream. You telling the truth, Drake. He said, I don't give 2 shakes of a mango's grand boutain. Who wins this election? I'm on a plane. There we go. Let me go back to the passport.
Can't you see I got a passport? I got a passport. Hey, I got a passport. I got a passport.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
Stone that man, Sean, if you must, but point out where he lies. This man ain't lying. This man not lying. He said, man, them folks messed up for all of them women. He said, it's hilarious. He said, don't worry, Andre. He said, I'm going to tell my thought. He said, I'm going to tell my think tank it's a shit. To shit the fuck all the, shut the fuck all the way up. Yes. Yes. Stop going on live streams trying to convince Americans that, well, what about this? No. You guys notice I'll go on a live stream every blue moon and I'll just share some stats, but I'll give it respectful. I don't talk over the host. I don't try to convince them like, hey, you should do this too. One of my closest dudes, my YouTube friends, I kid you not, one of my closest YouTube friends is my man. Let me make sure I get his channel. Oh, I forget his channel, man. That's my dude, man. I know his real government name, but me and him are real close. And how we got close was him criticizing the passport bros. And I came on this panel and we talked, and he's 100%. I'm staying in the States. I didn't question it. I didn't put it down. I didn't go, but I needed him to stay in the States. Sometimes you need to lose the argument to win the war. Sometimes you need to lose the argument. See how small that argument is? To win the war. I would rather lose an argument and win the whole fucking war. But y'all want to go, shout out to Jason. Don't laugh, Jay. Y'all want to go on these panels and argue back and forth with females. Or argue. Even Austin Holloman. Austin goes on a live stream. He'll tell about his experience. Hey, it's not that good. I tried to date. It wasn't cool. In the States, hey, now I've been in other countries. It is what it is. Not one time have you ever heard Austin Holloman try to convince a panel of Americans y'all should leave. Shit. I wish the hell I would waste my time trying to convince Americans that you should leave. You better keep your ass there and pay them taxes. Make my dollar strong. Yes, we are playing this game. We pimping. Just in case you wonder what the passport bros are doing, yes, we ain't told y'all that because we respectful. We want y'all to think we stupid. We want y'all to think we dumb. We want y'all to think we dusty. As long as your ass is still paying $4,000 for this $600 apartment that I got, I want you to think. I don't give a fuck about you thinking I'm dusty. I'm happily married for 5 years to a sexy Colombiana. Well-educated, spiritual, just left church today. You think I give a fuck about what an American got to say about another American? Tis I. Because I moved to another country, I need them to bitch all they want. Because once they get off camera, guess what? They bitch about you passport bros and passport sisters on camera. Soon as these cameras go off, they bitch about prices. They bitch about politicians. They bitch about racism. They bitch about violence. They bitch about the economy. Okay, when does it stop? Can I continue on? Because I got more. They bitch about marriage. They bitch about kids. They bitch about child support. Dude, I ain't got enough fingers for all the stuff that people in the United States bitch about. So cameras back on. Swoop. What do you think Americans gonna do if they spent all day off camera bitching? No, seriously. What do you think Americans are supposed to do if they spent the whole day at work at lunch, in the goddamn traffic, before work and after work. Then they came home to their loved one, and all it was a bitch fest the whole day. And they said, well, baby, I got a YouTube live stream to do with a panel. What do you think they're supposed to do when they get on that panel? Americans are going to bitch. That's what we do. And it's your job as a passport bro to shut the fuck up and let them do it. Let them fuss, cuss. I don't understand. You going over there for all them ladies. Y'all just want young girls. Y'all just going over there for this. Y'all going for pay for play. Y'all just let them bitch. Let they ass talk. I don't give a fuck. Just continue to pay your motherfucking taxes. And your kids pay taxes. And your kids make sure the US dollar is strong for my kids. Your kids pay, you pay, and your kids pay an arm and a leg for private schools. Oh, y'all can't afford private schools in the United States. My bad. Y'all can't afford private schools in the United States like that. My bad. In Colombia, in Brazil, my bad. Y'all paying out that for private schools for y'all kids, but shit. Our brother says, he said, well, women outlive men due to the stress that kills them. This is true. And then you move to another you move to another country and your stress levels start to go down. You're like, wow, everybody's really okay. Let's go back to my brother. I forgot what I was doing today. I was taking care of business, right? I forgot. But I do remember this earlier today. I saw a couple. It wasn't like a relationship couple. It looked like just a regular guy talking to like his mom or his auntie or somebody. And they were in a park, just sitting there, just like you always see somebody in the park. And I thought to myself, we don't see that as often as we think we do in the States, except for after work. This was in the afternoon, like you're supposed to be at work. And they just were chilling, just having a and I was like, damn. We don't think like that. You know, we don't stop. We're not trained to smell the roses. We're not trained to smell the roses. I might be way behind you guys. Let me make sure that I'm while I'm doing the live stream, I'm watching too. Okay, there we go. We're looking good. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Shout out to my man Ray. He said, what about the black men who want his situation better? We're happy for the black men that want his situation better. Whether it be in the United States or outside the United States. We want you to have your situation. Hear me out. Passport bros want every person, black, white, gray, or brown, to be successful in the United States. Why? Because your ass gonna pay taxes and you gonna keep the US dollar strong because you're gonna spend some shit. I wish I could say it another way. We want you to keep your happy ass right where you are, pay your taxes and spend your money, make investments, yes. Build your business, yes. Successful to a multi-million-dollar business, yes. And you're going to buy some shit and our dollar will be stronger for us that live outside the United States. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being successful. Passport bros would never put down a person that is successful. Ever? Nope, ever. We need you to be successful than a motherfucker. Oh, we need you to be so goddamn successful. Just keep your happy ass right where you are, though. That's the part. He said, Dre room's going for $1,000 a month. Facts. When we got this spot and when we get our next spot, I can't believe it. I love God so much. Thank you, Lord. You know, I was so happy yesterday. I came out of here, came out of the studio, and I was on my way to the bedroom, and I walked past Andrea's studio, and the door was closed. I was so happy. Andrea has been looking for her own studio for prayer, for Bible study, and then her own, you know, we're going to set the studio up like this one so she can start doing live streams and then going back on her own channel. Because Andrea got a channel that's like 3,000-4,000 subscribers. I was so happy to see that Andrea has her own space where she can just go pray, cry, chill, be on the phone with her girls, be on the phone with the other nigga. I don't know. But because I ain't funny style like that in regards to being all in her phone. But I know Andrea ain't built like that. But my point is that she got her own space now. And yet with her having her own large space, there's still so much space here. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for my wife. Just because she has a place that's to call her own bat cave for $600 a month. And I need in the upper class area of Colombia, of Cali. So I need y'all to stay y'all asses right there, Americans, and pay your taxes. And don't you dare stop spending. Buy all them damn Jordans, all that bullshit. Go to all them football games, college football. I need you to spend. So the US dollar can stay strong. Yes. 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 We need the US dollar to stay strong. So all you black men that want a better situation, you know what this channel is about. Take advantage of it. He said they don't want the GDP. Yeah, no, we don't. No, you right. We do not need to fuck up. Go buy your Jordans. Yes, we know that they're made in a sweatshop for only $23 per shoe, but keep on spending $500 for them. That's what we need. Gratitude to you too, brother. He said, Andre, I'm about to tell I'm about to tell the dudes in the cartel to tell the dudes in the cartel to shut the hell up. Man, listen, for real, shut up. My brother Sean says, he said, Andre, I pay $1,500 a month for 8. Man, that's oof. $1,500 a month for 800 square feet. He said, you don't have to convince me, brother. He said, they got a 2-bedroom villa in Punta Cana going for 60. Man, that's nice. That is nice. 65K. That's nice. Shout out to DR. Shout out to DR. For those of you that don't know where, see, a lot of you guys see a lot of videos of DR. Most of them are in Santo Domingo, but 90% are in Sosua or Playa. There's not a lot of people that take advantage of Punta Cana. It's nice out there. Goodness gracious, that's nice. He said, why do y'all think the lottery exists? Man, I have never been man, you know my mom used to spank me for not playing her lottery numbers. Man, I've been so anti-gambling. If I go to a casino and I get $5 in coins and lose them, I'm like, yeah, that's it. I'm not mad, but I'm like, okay, that's it. I think the most I've ever spent in casino, true story, $20. There's nothing about me says gamble with it. You've earned it, now gamble. He said, Andre, you're my big bro. He said, I'm too close to your age for you to be my uncle. There we go, Sean. He said, I know. There we go. That's why I like that. He said, no, I'm called to follow your channel. Shout out to you, man. Great minds think alike, brother. Great minds. He said, bro, all my kids got their pet. That's what I'm talking about. All my kids, plural. Y'all caught that? Not singular, plural. All my kids got their passports, and not one of them over 10. Translate. The shorties are ready, whether they realize it or not. Dad, what's this? I got your passports. Huh? Don't worry about it. Okay. Go on there, keep on watching cartoons. You'll need these passports one day. And I'm going to tell you guys something. And shout out to Sean. And I mean this. Shout out to Sean in all sincerity. True story. Y'all ready? Some of you guys remember, some of you guys don't remember. I was married in the United States for 14 years. Now, separation was peaceful. We still cool to this day. We're not buddies, but we're respectful, right? And I remember my stepson. He was 18 years old. One of his college friends came to him. True story. And this is the first time I've ever told this story, because this is probably the only time in his life, and I met him when he was 4. This is the only time in his life that I felt bad and I didn't say anything to him. A friend of his, one of his college, he went to Bethune-Cookman in Daytona, where they do the Daytona 500, Daytona, Florida, I-4, Bethune-Cookman, HBCU. And one of his friends, when they were on break, he said, my mom and dad are going to take us to London. He said, they told me to invite somebody that I want to go with. He said, bruh, I invited you, my stepson. And he came in the house. He was so excited. But they were like, hey, we're leaving really soon. Really soon. Like that Monday, and it was like Thursday. And he ran in. He was so excited. He said, all I need is my passport, and I just need, we had the money, no problem. The proceeds for him to enjoy his trip, no problem. I don't know why I'm looking over there instead of the camera. But true story. And his mom and I looked at each other, and they looked at him, and we were like, we don't have your passport, so you can't take the trip. In 14 years of stepfathering, and this is the first time I ever said this, that was the first time I was disappointed in myself as a man. I didn't have a passport. His mom didn't have a passport. And neither did he or his sister that I had raised had a passport. Now, fast forward, as you guys know, I understand the severity and importance of passport. And so when I hear a father that got his kids the passport before the age of 10 years old, I have nothing but respect for that. Nothing but respect for that. And for all you dads out there, you never know when the universe is going to make your son Abraham and send him to his promised land, and you didn't get your son or daughter their passport. So if your child is old enough, Get that child, and even if they're under 10, get their child that passport in the next 3 months. Forget about your Jordan shoes and all those other things. Get your child, your loved ones, that whether you realize my child is bad, you don't know what the universe is going to do. I was bad. You don't know what the universe is going to do with your child. Get your child that passport. I wish that I'd done what he did, and I commend you, brother. Shout out to you, Sean. Shout out to you, Sean, for what you did for your young people. First time I ever told that story. That's the only time I ever felt bad as a stepdad. I was like, and I hit it. But you know how it's me and I. Once we in the bathroom by ourselves, like, man, I don't even own a passport. It was bad. He said, treat American like a business. Yes, sir. The corporation. Yes, sir. He said, you can support the show with super chats, with super stickers, Cash App, and PayPal, my friends. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you. Shout out to IQS in the building. And that's the crying store. Oh, I'm dipping the conversation. Don says this. He said, no one in my family know I travel. Even my parents when they were alive. You live my life too. I got family members that think Colombia and South Carolina. Okay. I got a call from a family member, a close family member. Andre, you in Colombia? Yeah. What part of South Carolina are you? There's a funeral going. Like I said, this is a close family member. I'm not in Colombia, South Carolina. I'm in Colombia, like South America. And they couldn't believe it. Like, yeah. Shout out to you guys once again for joining the Patreon. I appreciate you guys for the support. He says, say it with your chest, Andre. Share it with your chest. He said, one-on-one consultation with Andre. Shout out to IQS, man, dropping it. He said, if you think Colombia exchange rate is great, he said 30K in Sierra Leone is. I love it. I love it. I love it. He said, you rubbing our faces in it, bruh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I ain't gonna even lie. He said, I just got back from DR. Shout to DR. Shout to DR. He said, don't make me get back on that plane. Don't do it, Dre. Don't you do it. Shout to my man Ray in the building once again. He said, open the panel, bruh. It's late night, man. That's the only reason I'm ready to shut it down. It's been 5 hours. You know what? This would have been a good one for a panel. You right, brother. Man, I wish I'd have thought about that earlier, Ray. We haven't even finished the video. He said they're not ready for this level of game, Andre. He said you got to put this behind the panel wall. I am. I'm going to splice this one up. This one's going into the membership and is going into the Mr. Let Go. Yeah, that's my dude. Even though I know his government name, but yeah, that's my dude. Good people. Good people, man. Yeah, I'm going to slice this one up and put it on the Patreon as well. Good morning. You notice we're saying morning, gentlemen? He said panels are a waste of time. Shout out to IQS. Ray says, shit, not me. The hell with this nation. He also says, IQS said, he said, Dre said, ladies keep buying the weave. Yes. Yes, sir. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Benzo C-class, C300 classes with them condos with no furniture and plenty of pet food. You absolutely, dude, shut the, let the women buy that. You right, IQS. Let them buy all that. Don't interrupt the flow. Man, I'm not trying to convince passport sisters to come out here. If it's on their heart to become passport sisters, I'm on their team. I mean that a lot. I support sisters that become expats just like I support guys that become expats. But bruh, the $1 billion industry that's gonna stay in the States, yeah, y'all stay in the States. Please. Man, the United States government will never let y'all be able to talk black women into wearing natural hair. I'll say that again. Do you think the U.S. government is going to let y'all convince black women to wear natural hair? Negro, please. They will keep every weave advertisement that they can think of out there for women to buy weave and cumbrella. And that's a technical name of the eyelashes, cumbrellas. Because you can look it up. Those big eyelashes were made for women to block men's orgasms from getting into their eyes. Seriously. Cumbrellas. Okay, think I'm laughing. Think I'm kidding. For real. Seriously. Okay, we've been here for 5 hours. Let us finish off. We're going to just have fun finishing off the last part of this video.
People leave that say they want to leave the country and go to these other third world or second world countries. What dollar are you going to be using when you're over there to put you at a place to where you're living a beter life?
Anthony, can I give you an example real quick?
There's plenty of places. Y'all
gotta go one at a time, man, so they can hear y'all.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was
just what dollar when you move to Colombia, when you move to Brazil, when you move to the Philippines, what dollar are you going to be using that puts you in a place where you can live more comfortable than you live in America? Is it going to be the US dollar?
I'll answer that, dog. Not every passport, bro, goes to Colombia. Like I just came back.
I'm saying any country.
You can go. Listen, I'll be in Shinjuku in August. Japan's one of the most safest countries you can ever live in. I was in Prague and I accidentally left my door unlocked, and that was the safest I ever felt. And only saw like 10 black people there.
And when you go to Japan, how does the US dollar add up to the Japan dollar? Now we know Japan is one of the most high costing countries that's internationally. So you're telling me that you would rather go there and build up your economics in that country instead of another country to where the US dollar is a lot larger?
So here's the thing: better healthcare for one, better infrastructure. Japan is one of the top 15 most safest places in the world, for starters. You can actually their culture is built off of humility and manners. Like I'm from New York. People in New York will barge their way onto the train. In parts of Japan and Tokyo, everybody's in a uniform line. No one is budging. No one is pushing each other. Everybody has manners. The culture is about reciprocation. Reciprocity. Yeah, couldn't get it out. And on top of that, if the culture is great, that means you can be able to find the woman that have a sense of culture. That's what I'm saying. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's not just
but I'm talking about the comparison to the United States.
This is another major thing too.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. How many countries you been to?
I've been to about 3 or 4.
Oh, I've been to close to 20. Right. I left it when I graduated high school. I left America, stayed somewhere else for 2 months.
Fam, I've been to every country. And it's called New York City. But we don't got time for this goofy shit, man.
I can't agree with Angry Man on this one. I got some tea right here. Anybody that has traveled can tell you Dominicans in New York are not Dominicans in Dominican Republic. Italians from Sicily, the island of Sicily, or from any other parts, Naples, Italy, any other parts of Italy, are not equivalent as far as culture behavior as those that are in New York. Puerto Ricans still on the island still hold different traditions than New York Puerto Ricans. Jamaicans, Haitians, West Indians from New York are completely different, as well as all my Colombiana and Philippine friends that are in Florida. They are Venezuelan friends and Brazilian friends in Florida are completely different from back home in their home countries. I have heard, the first person I heard say that, and we got into a little discussion regarding foreigners, was Alpha Male Strategies. Shout out to Alpha Male Strategies. And he swore he had been around foreigners because he had been in New York. And I'm here to tell you, if you have been around foreigners in New York, I don't care if they fresh off the boat, you don't know a damn thing about foreigners and how they behave in their own country. For all you Americans that are bragging about everybody coming here, we've had 12.9 million, 30,000 trillion people come from other countries to come to America. Okay. Everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to come to America. If everybody wanted to come to our country, America, France will be damn near empty, right? What about Portugal? If everybody wanted, they got to get here. Damn near empty. Come on now. Everybody want to come there? Canada will be damn near empty. Okay, here we go. Mexico, damn near empty. Colombia, damn near empty. So who are the 1 million plus every month make it into America? The poorest of the poor, the criminal of the criminal, the addicted of the addicted. There is not 1 million a month doctors, architects, IT, attorneys, business-minded individuals coming into America every month. The people, y'all ready? The people that weren't any good in their home country figured, let's see how I do in America. That's why they come to America. So when you hear people bragging about all the people that come to our country, ask yourself, what group or what type of people are coming to our country, and who's not. I was at a wedding I remember when it was late last summer, and I'm at a wedding with Andrea, and everybody's having a good time. And this was a time at the time period when everybody is flowing to America, right? Flowing. Greg, they coming, bruh. They coming to the United States. And I'm at a wedding. And I know these people, right? I know these people. And I'm American, and I'm sitting back thinking, like, not one of these people in a wedding is thinking about going to the United States. Not one person in that wedding thought in the next few weeks we're leaving. I know the couple that got married, they're focusing on their second child. They aren't leaving. She's a nurse, he's a police officer here in Colombia. They have a daughter. Their daughter is 10 years old. Those are the people. This family that I just mentioned are the norm of the people that's not coming to America. So when Americans try to sell you that narrative, everybody's coming here, you shut the fuck up. You let them think that that's what is true. I'm going to say this again. When you hear Americans bragging that so many people are coming to America, let them talk. Let them talk. Don't go on no panels. Don't let they ass talk. You need them to think that you need Mr. Gilmore's property to be the best. So this the best land, the best soil for growing the crops that we need. This red dirt, this ain't that up north dark dirt, that black, this red soil, the good stuff. You need them to think that. Shut your ass up and let them think that they got the upper hand while you getting on the next plane flying out. Shout out to my man Greg G. Greg says this. He said, didn't he do a collab with Angry Man and Anton? I don't understand. Oh, you don't understand. Here we go, Greg. Shout out to you being here, brother. Shout out to you being here. The beauty about Anton, Angry Man, Kevin Samuels, Dennis Sperlin, myself, Zoom to Thailand, Ace Live, Flyboy Way. We have no problem with disagreeing and yet respecting each other as men. I may disagree every blue moon with Angry Man, but that doesn't necessarily mean I have to disrespect him. That's why we start this live stream with making sure that everybody subscribe to his Rumble and to his 2 YouTube channels. Oh, dude, do you know how much money I've donated to Angry Man just on the whim? I kid you not, man. I have so much that I've learned from Angry Man. I have nothing but respect for him. But because I respect somebody doesn't mean I have to always agree with somebody. But even when I don't agree with them, I don't put them down. This conversation, this late night after 5-hour conversation, the first 3 hours was for everybody else. For the rest of it is for us passport bros. Shut the fuck up. Let angry man say what he gonna say. Let Anton say what he gonna say. Those are successful men. I'm gonna say this again. Those are successful men in the States. They aren't going anywhere. They will visit. They will travel. Yes, they will. But they aren't going any motherfucking where. Respect those men for what they are accomplishing and what they have accomplished. Their families, 9 times out of 10, aren't going anywhere. I need their families to stay right there. I need them to keep the US dollar. So the US dollar is 4-1 in Colombia. My dream is 12-1. In any country I go to. Oh, y'all thought I was just think about Colombia? No. I need the US dollar to be strong in any motherfucking country I decide to go to. And how I do my part as a taxpayer, no, I don't pay that much in taxes. My job is to file taxes, but as an expat, we don't pay that much. So I pay a little bit in taxes, but not that much. Going back to the States and fight for the struggle? Nope, I ain't going back. So that struggle is done with me. So what can I do to benefit all of us brothers that are expats? I learned when it comes to brothers that decide that they, or sisters that decide that they want to stay in the States, allow them to stay in the States. Don't argue them down. Don't shout them down. Respect their decision. I'll say this again. I respect angry man's decision and the decision of any other man to stay in the United States. And they may look at our decision as crazy, but remember, we've lived their lives. Most of Americans haven't lived our lives as expats. I'll say this again. We have lived every day in every situation, every circumstance that you can in the United States. There's nothing that's a surprise to us as American citizens. But most American citizens, especially blacks, have never been anywhere. Therefore, they haven't lived our lives to compare the two. They're just talking from the American side, but there's nothing on the other side to compare to. But you have lived or traveled enough to other countries where you can compare the two. And my brother says, free Trump. He said, free Trump G. Man, Trump already free. He ain't going to jail. He ain't going to jail. He good. He is good. He's not going anywhere. My brother said, he said, Andre, let me go right here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. He said, why Andre saying what I've been thinking myself for years? I didn't even look at this, Drew. Shout out to you, Drew. He said, it's better to stay quiet and avoid convenience. He said, avoid convenience or conversing. I know conversing. He said, but avoid conveniencing people otherwise. Yes. You don't need to make your fellow Americans see. I think one of the problems that we have as passport bros, we preach the passport bro gospel to where it makes others feel uncomfortable. That's not my calling. That's why I can have Anton on the show. I don't want Anton to feel uncomfortable. I want him to be able to say, well, Andre, I'm happy for you, but that's not for me. I need angry man to say, Andre, I'm happy for you. Let me put this liquor back in here. But that's not for me. go. So we got it back in the box. Do I? Oh, I put that. My bad. There we go. Okay, we got that back in there in the container. We didn't kill the scotch too much, so we close it back up for another year. Close it up for another year, and so next time I open back up, it'll be 26, maybe 27 years of this scotch. That's how old this is. So yeah, no. I'm not an advocate of allowing or making others who don't understand what we're doing feel uncomfortable. Our passport sisters, leave, and I say this to you brothers, leave passport sisters alone. And I mean passport sisters that are coming to Colombia and enjoying Cartagena, and they may even be moving down here. Those sisters are harmless. Ain't nobody trying to fuck them. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? I talked about the passport brothers enough. Here we go with the passport sisters real quick. Just real quick. You and I know. Let's see if it works here. You and I know when it comes to Colombian men and women, Colombian men have no problem with putting their hands on a woman, right? Colombian men have no problem with deleting sisters, right? A woman, right? Not just sisters, but women, right? Colombian men are forceful and controlling. I wish you would. Right? Go ahead and let them sisters from the States move down here and get them some Colombian men. Let them go ahead and come on down here and think that they can do what we do. You see what I'm saying with that? Leave them sisters alone. Lessons must be learned. And since her brother can't tell her a dang thing, leave those sisters alone. Once them sisters hear about 1 or 2 butt whoopings that another sister took from one of them Colombian dudes, oh, the game gonna change. Once they see how insecure Colombian men are compared to American men, things gonna change. Right about now, ain't nobody smashing American sisters. It's like every blue, like, oh, she fine. Like, I kid you not. Okay, here we go. I was on the dance floor at a salsa club, and I saw this sister. I was like, dang, she fine. Y'all know me. What's my motto? I don't cheat. I dance. So if you fine, we hitting that dance floor. So I grabbed this sister, take her to the dance floor. Bad little mama. We start stepping. I was like, after 2 steps, I was like, where are you from? Now, when I say that, that means she cannot dance. I said, where you from? I'm from the States. No wonder your ass can't dance. At least salsa. But she was so fine. Or when I'm dancing with her, oh, the Colombian dudes drooling. I'm thinking like, I could either help this sister out, which I did, or I could push her ass out there to them wolves. And them Colombian dudes was like, she don't know nothing about this. And so at the end of the day, every once in a while, you'll see an attractive sister that'll walk through that Colombian men want. But for the most part, if you see a Colombian dude with a sister, it's that money thing. It's not because she fine. It's not because she's sexy. No, it's a money thing. And I know enough Colombian dudes that run that game on sisters from the States. I wish I could put it any other way. So when I sit back and I hear dudes like, the sisters are coming down, come on down. All they're gonna do is get dick and disappointment. Which one you want more of? Dick ladies or disappointment? Because you're gonna get both. I wish I could put it any other way for them. Dick and disappointment. Let's go back to the video. It's a long live stream.
And look, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. This is what you gotta understand, right? And I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna hurt y'all souls when I say this shit. But I gotta say it. This is the reason why black folks got colonized, y'all.
Too busy wanting to be like everybody else and be a part of every other culture instead of being our own.
Say that shit again, Stu. Say it again, bro.
Too busy trying to be like every other culture instead of trying to be in our motherfucking own.
Guess what? Guess what? Right now, as we speak, there are white guys in trailer courts right now on some shit where they like, I don't care what happened. I'm staying here 10 toes down. I'm a motherfucking American. I'm not going nowhere.
So what does the biggest problem got to do with
you know why I brought him up? Hold on. Let me just say this real quick, Stu. You know why I brought him up? You know why I brought him up? Because there are people in this country that understand the concept when you hold something to be yours, you're willing to fight and die for that. You're not gonna jump ship. You're not gonna take off running somewhere else just so you could be a second-class nigga somewhere else. We done already fought like hell. We done already fought like hell in this country to not be second class. So now you want to go somewhere else and be second class?
So here's what I find hilarious. Here's what I find hilarious about people, and I don't give a fuck what race you are in.
We got 73 in the building. How many of you guys feel second class? I don't feel second class. I walk around Colombia and I feel just like a regular everyday human being. When I was in London, regular human being. Paris, got to be second class there. Nobody was rude or disrespectful. Come on, it's got to be in Spain then. Nowhere in Barcelona did I feel like I was second class. United States. Let's talk about it. You see where I'm going with that? We want Americans to be 10 toes down. We ain't going nowhere. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. You think I'm gonna sit up here and argue Andre Spence versus Angry Man on a panel? Hell, I was watching it live. I could have easily clicked the StreamYard button and joined the conversation. Hell no. I need every one of them to convince each other why they should stay in the motherfucking United States. I will say that again. I am not crazy enough, and you stop being crazy enough to try to convince Americans to leave America. Keep their asses there. There. Let them visit on cruises. Let them come visit an auntie that they got in another country and scamper their little happy asses right back to the red, white, and blue. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you. I need an angry man to be angry. Shout out to Uriah in the building, my favorite Bible name. Uriah says, most people say that they don't feel the feel of racism in other countries like they do here. I don't. I've been stopped by the police so many times in so many states in the United States, whether I was doing right or whether I was doing wrong. Here in Colombia, man, I could see the sirens flying. Dude, 2 days ago, I'm in the truck, I'm driving. I look in the rearview mirror. I see sirens coming my way. Pull it to the side, let the sirens go by, and I keep on driving. That's it. They ain't looking for me. I tell you the closest thing that I've ever got, this is before we're at the Bartamante Festival. Y'all ready? We're at the Bartamante Festival. We're in a taxi. They pull the taxi over. They ask the taxi driver for his license and ID, because that's how Colombian does. They don't ask you. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I got them both right here. In Colombia, they ask you for your driver's license. Oh, let me pull this up. My bad. They ask you for your driver's license. So they ask you for your L, right? Let me make sure you guys can see that, the L. Okay, cool. And they ask you for your ID, right? So it's not just your driver's license. You got to have your ID with you too. At that time period, I wasn't driving. So they asked me, and I didn't have my cellular. I just had a photocopy of my passport. And so they ran Andrea's ID, the driver's ID and driver's license, and I just have a copy of my passport on my phone. Okay, guys, it's the festival time, and we just trying to make sure everybody's down here safe. And he kept rolling. That was it. That's the closest I came to police madness in Colombia. Another time, I'm driving. Clubs are closing. I knew police were behind me. I pull over, they pull over. They say, "You been drinking?" I say, "Not me." I say, "But the person who I'm with, the guys I'm with, they've been drinking." I say, "I'm designated driver tonight." And so he saw the water bottle and everything. And so I told him, I said, "Listen, if I get a ticket, my wife is going to go crazy." And he looked at me and started laughing. And he was like, "Yeah, I can imagine that." I say, "So this is why I'm designated driver tonight." And I was designated driver. And that was it. That's the closest I've ever came as driving. Most of you guys don't even know driving in Colombia. I'm a driver here. No issues. In the States, man, they're going to try to keep their foot on, they're going to keep their knee on my neck for 9 minutes. In the States, 9 minutes. That's all they need is 9 minutes to delete your boy. As a grown man, they'll chase me down at OJ age. They don't care. They do not care. So yeah, guys, I don't go through that. But I just keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I don't feel that racism. It's racism, but it's more like classism. Most of the countries I've been to is more like a classism than racism. So if you can afford to go to that place, they don't be like, "Why are you here?" Like the United States, "Why are you here?" No. Most countries I've gone to were like, if you got the money to be here, That's why you're here. So welcome. So welcome to the 5-star lifestyle. Okay. Back to the video. Shout out to my man Chaos Rings.
In this country, especially if you're not white, why do you call yourself anything other than a blank? Why you call yourself, I'm a blank American? If you born here, you simply fucking American. Everything else, that every other label you put on yourself, it comes with an inherent bias. That literally, that's a label that's gonna put on you. So if you're Democrat, it comes with a bias. If you Republican, it comes with a bias. If you Christian, it comes with a bias. If you Muslim, it comes with a, it don't matter what you are, it comes with a bias. If you sit there and say, that's why I say, when people ask me, are you Republican or Democrat? Fuck you, I'm American.
Hey, Stu, I agree with that. And, you know, I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm gonna take it a step further.
When the last time you heard American, black person in America say I'm American? Stop it. We're going to fast forward to this video. We're going to get past this part. I want to show you guys something. In the eyes of the average American, many of us presume that America is the only country that has an issue with major immigration. Italy, Portugal, and Spain have been having that many immigrants coming to their country, just like the United States. Only difference, it's by water. So let's watch the video in regards to that.
Being fighting for being treated civilly, okay, they'll give us.
Here's my thing.
But at the same,
as soon as the 4B move,
really do nothing about that at this moment.
What your forefathers, what I'm doubling.
You feel what I'm saying? It's beyond them. And the only reason why I say that is because those of them that's gonna be goofy like that, they're gonna be goofy like that. You can't really do nothing about that at this moment. You feel what I'm saying? The point that I'm talking about is, as men, right? We're the only group of men that do this bullshit. We're the only group of men that do this bullshit. And I don't mean just us. I'm talking about them niggas in Africa too.
Give it a few seconds.
So before you as an African make the decision to risk your life on a boat, let me make this clear. I'm doubling down and I hope I'm very clear. The Europe that Africans see as heaven today, our African forefathers created, built, civilized. So before you as an African make the decision to risk your life on a boat going to a land filled with snow and infertile soils with no sun, think about recreating what your forefathers, what your grandfathers did in Europe. And some fat white chap is at home typing rubbish in the comments, eating junk food, McDonald's and burgers, and then typing.
2 boats with 300 immigrants have gone missing. Now, they left from Imber, Senegal, going to Spain. They left on June 23rd, and people are like, we haven't heard anything from them since. Well, now that the word has gotten out, the Coast Guard said, well, you know what? As a matter of fact, we believe we see a boat with 200 people on it, but it's going to take us a couple hours to go and make sure that's what it is. Now, they said that they saw that boat not too far from Canary Island. And so my thing is this, like somebody else said, what if it was 300 Americans on that boat? Would we have known about it sooner? My guess is yes. What do you guys think?
Red Cross workers said this was the most crammed vessel they've ever seen. The wooden boat, carrying 271 migrants from Africa, arrived in the westernmost part of Spain's Canary Islands. The Atlantic migration route, one of the deadliest in the world, is typically used by migrants from sub-Saharan Africa attempting to reach Europe, particularly in the summer due to more favorable weather conditions. Almost 15,000 people have arrived in the Canary Islands this year, according to Spanish government data.
So when we sit back and we say that the United States is the only country that people are trying to come to, that's not necessarily true. There are other countries around the world that are dealing with immigration issues such as we are. Maybe not to the same extent because of our geographical location. Is not necessarily always people coming by way of the coast of the or off the waters, but yet there are still individuals that are coming through off the waters in the most dangerous situations in other countries. But yet we don't hear about that. We automatically once again assume that the United States is the only country that is dealing with the immigration issue regarding people trying to establish or build new lives and new families in other locations. So this is just to debunk the myth of when people say America is, we get so many millions and that this is what's going on. That's not necessarily always true. The truth is that there are other countries out there that people are trying to get to establish new lives. So let's go ahead and end this live streams real quick. We've been here for almost 6 hours. Shout out to you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys for being here. Let's all go over to Chaos Reign. Let's go over there and enjoy his live stream. I know he's doing something over there, so click his button, like button, or at least go over there and watch the video. Make sure you subscribe to his channel because I'll be heading over there myself. Once again, this is Andre of Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great evening, and I'll be seeing you again mañana. Let me go ahead and get that outro going. You know how we do. Let's get a good outro going.
Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lows by the truck, up the budget, cashing it in. Damn, I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. Her name ain't Mega, but yeah, she a stallion. The way that we dressin' ran out of Italian. New chain bustin', peep the medallion. Pull your own troubles out by the gallon. Her name ain't Lotta, but she from the south. Her name ain't Ruby, she got a big mouth. Putting it in, she sticking it out. Putting it in, she sticking it out. She like salsa, one in a hole, just like a golfer. If you ain't leeching, what can you offer? Ain't got it, they just be talkers. Ain't got it, they just be talkers. They gon' tell you what you wanna hear. Yeah, put you in a nice pair. Best if you don't listen. All this shit from me, I'm making her wet. It's double line, you know we the set. They know we up next, that's why they upset. Diamonds on me, and you know it's baguettes. Ballin' so hot, man, I need me a rap. If you ain't on time, then you getting left. Can't live in the past, ain't got no regrets. Ain't looking for love, just when we like it or love it, still gotta respect it. How you in first, but you coming in second. They watching you next, so you gotta protect it. Running it up and we breaking the records. You gave us your last, you should've just kept it. Eyes on me as soon as I step in. The eye on me, you know what I'm reppin'. It's eyes, so yeah, you know what we dressing. Our blessings is coming, they know that we destined. Like it or love it, they know how we coming. Just send us the budget, send us the budget. She went a second, my hands are on weed. She tell me don't touch it. What you doing? We bringing them vibes, they know we don't force it. Tell them don't rush us. Don't rush us at all. Hate us or love us, it really don't matter. Ain't holding no grudges. Like it or love it, it's double or nothing. You ain't getting money, then you bugging. Damn fat, you know I'ma hug it. Lows by the truck, up the budget, cashing it in. Damn, I'm a bucket. OD, you know I overdoes it. If it ain't moolah, we cannot discuss it. Her name ain't Erica, she finna bust it. She want me to touch it, I'm making her cream. Like she a Russian, she for the team. She bring her cousins, I'm bringing my brothers. Now it's the scene, and we all for being. Like it or love it, I had just dub it. Ain't no in between, no in between. She for the streets, feeling so geek. She for the streets, feeling so geek. Like it or love it, they know how we coming. Just send us the budget, send us the budget.